twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets trembling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land under the fray, and the home of the brave? Because we are the brave. Yes, we are the brave. We'll fight you in the name of the brave. We are the U.S. of A. For those unaware, that flag is still there. It's our future to save. This land of the brave, the U.S. of A. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free, and the home of the
You're listening to WHBJ Digital Talk from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, home of Cold War Radio. You can listen live 8 p.m. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. It's a Sunday night. This is WHBJ Digital Talk, coming to you from the Camp Vienna studio in northwestern Pennsylvania. What a beautiful weekend, my goodness. You can't ask for better weather than what we had this weekend, at least not around here. You know, I got to find another recording of the Battle Hymn of the Republic. Back in 1967, 68, some of 69, I think, I sang in the St. Edmunds Academy Glee Club, and we used to sing that song, among others. I just got to find a different rendition. All the music that Mark plays, or played, on his show, I used to sing those songs too. It was great. George M., especially George M. Cohen. Anyway, we got a schedule lined up for you tonight. My Dropbox server decided that it was time to add a new version, and we started out with 3,500 files. We're down to 1,790. So I'm going to try to stick with the schedule, which is A Radio and then Steel City Resistance, and then the Black Patriot Show, but I might have to go to the Black Patriot Show first, because I have that already loaded. But I have not been able to get Steel City Resistance yet, because apparently it's one of those 1,743 files that are still downloading. So we'll let that happen in the background, ladies and gentlemen, and we will get into A Radio, 3 episodes. You know, they're short. If you can help, go to SteelCityResistance.com and become a Cold War Radio patron. No more, we don't need any more donations for Mona. We got that covered. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Some really great people in the audience will be giving us that entertainment next week. Looking forward to tomorrow night, the debut of Cold War Radio. Steel City Resistance takes over for the Monday Sentinel, my good friend Ward Miller, on the wing. Looking forward to that. You're going to like it, ladies and gentlemen. Got to make sure he gets in the CWR 2.0 VFW Facebook chat. I'm sure we can make that happen pretty easily. Looking forward to tonight's show. Again, what a beautiful evening. No rain for like 2 days. It's awesome. All right, what do you think? You ready? Is it time to get into it? Let's go.
And if I lose liberty, then it takes away the basic reason for living.
So what is
if you're the sort of person who doesn't mind about having any liberty, provided you've got a house and food coming to you and you will do what you're told to do, then perhaps you won't mind. I suppose it's the difference between being born free and living life like an animal at the zoo in a cage.
We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing ground.
Thank you for joining us. You are listening to A Radio, and this is The Morning Moment. We're on weekdays, 11:45 Eastern. Follow us on Spreaker.com and click on the like button. I wanted to do this particular piece from Special Report, June 6. Now I've got the link to it, but I can't guarantee it's going to still work. There's so much in this piece. This is just part of the panel that day. Not the whole bit, just part of it. There's so much in there, you must be forgiven for missing some of it. So I'll play the clip in its entirety and then analyse. Here's that clip.
It was here that tens of thousands of the Americans came
The GIs who boarded the landing craft that morning knew that they carried on their shoulders not just the pack of a soldier, but the fate of the world. More powerful than the strength of American arms was the strength of American hearts. The warriors of D-Day fought a sinister enemy who spoke of a 1,000-year empire. In defeating that evil,
do you worry about the politics right now, impeachment and everything else that's on the table, and how that can further divide us?
Well, again, with all due respect to your question, I'm not here to talk about impeachment.
I call her Nervous Nancy. Nancy Pelosi's a disaster, okay? She's a disaster. And let her do what she wants.
We are launching an inquiry now, and whether we'll launch an impeachment inquiry, it may come to that.
Speaker of the House, not talking about it today, but talking about it to Democrats. According to Politico, in this piece called Pelosi Tells Democrats She Wants to See Trump in Prison, Nadler pressed Pelosi to allow his committee to launch an impeachment inquiry against Trump, the second such request he's made in recent weeks, only to be rebuffed by the California Democrat and other senior leaders. I don't want to see him impeached. I want to see him in prison, Pelosi said, according to multiple Democratic sources familiar with the meeting. We'll start there with our panel. Josh Holmes, president and founding partner of Cavalry. Susan Ferruccio, chief congressional correspondent for the Washington Examiner, and Mo Alethi, executive director of the Georgetown Institute of Politics. Josh, we kind of went from she's fighting the Democrats, pushing them back, holding them off on the impeachment, to full court press, let's put them behind bars.
Well, I think this is her tactic, right? I mean, this is the best way that she knows how to try to keep a very agitated Democratic conference in the House at bay while she convinces them not to impeach. And I think that her tactic here is to try to turn the volume all the way up on the caustic rhetoric to try to keep them sort of where they are. The problem is at some point that knob gets to the end and you just sound crazy. And I think we've gotten pretty close to that when we're calling for the imprisonment of the President of the United States.
Well, considering that where's the crime right now? I mean, if post-Mueller report, where is the thing that puts him behind bars?
Right, and I don't think she's wavered really at all on that. She doesn't want impeachment. She's saying, wait till he's out of office, let's get him out of office, and then how could he be prosecuted? Well, tax fraud, something with the Trump Foundation that he's
something
done
that hasn't happened yet.
Some investigations that could be ongoing now, and when he leaves office, he can be prosecuted. They're even talking about obstruction of justice, like he could somehow be criminally prosecuted for that. It's very far-fetched, some of this stuff. That's right, but this is look, when I talk to Democrats on Capitol Hill, the pro-impeachment Democrats especially, they believe, you have to frame this in what their understanding is of this president. They think a criminal was elected president. So he's already committed crimes before he got there. So when they're talking about him being a criminal, that's what they're talking about. It's all very confusing. And then if you ask them what he should be impeached for, which I've done, and I've interviewed many people, what has he done wrong? What's he covering up? Many of them don't know. They say, we'll just find out, or he's done something wrong. We know that. It's all very vague. It's all over the map. And Pelosi's trying to control all of that. And I think that's why she's turning the volume up with her rhetoric.
I mean, isn't this upside down, Mo? What happened to innocent before proven guilty? I mean, I understand this is rhetoric and trying to hold off Democrats, but suddenly we got to going behind bars?
Well, look, this isn't like standing up at a National Party convention chanting, lock her up, right? I mean, it's not that. Nancy Pelosi has been trying to make the case, right? And I think what I heard in that comment was a differentiation between impeachment and prosecution. House doesn't have the ability to prosecute. House has the ability to impeach. That's a political argument. That's a political action. And she knows that the votes aren't there in the Senate. She knows that it is, at least as of now, still politically perilous, which is why she's out there saying, let's continue the investigations. Let's continue to put a spotlight on the things that we think he's done wrong and see where that goes. The public isn't there yet, although there is some evidence in recent polling that the public is ever so slightly moving in that direction. We've seen a few polls in recent weeks where public support for impeachment has crept up. It's still not a majority.
Okay, but just explain to me how this is rolled out. Where's the crime? Where is the crime that she's putting him behind bars? Where is the crime that the impeachment is going to be based on? Obstruction?
Yeah. So there are a lot of people out there who believe, if you look at the Mueller report, he laid out a case on obstruction of justice that he could not prosecute given Department of Justice guidelines. There are a lot of people out there, Susan said,
on a conspiracy that he did not indict for.
Yet we have seen time and time again in our judicial system
I
that
understand,
you don't
but I'm
need
just
that
saying you have to make that case.
You have to make that, sure.
And what prosecutor is going to do that?
But this is the point, right? That this is where the impeachment, the pro-impeachment crowd is going, and she's saying we don't have the votes for that. There's lots of investigations that may still turn up. There's still criminal investigations that have to do with his other activities, with the Trump Foundation, with campaign finance violations. He hasn't been convicted of anything yet, which is why I think she's saying let's keep the focus on the investigations. And, there seems to be at least a majority of people out there who buy into the notion that he has done something wrong.
Okay,
does it rise to criminality?
They haven't proved it.
We haven't
right?
seen it yet.
You can say they haven't proved it.
They're digging for it. That's why you have 20 investigations going on.
But that's no different than when President Trump and his supporters stood up at the Republican convention, leading everyone in chants of lock her up when there was no proven misconduct.
Here's Kevin McCarthy speaking about this.
We weren't about party, we were about country. And I hope we take that back to Washington, not wanting to put somebody in jail, but put Americans first.
Today, on the 75th anniversary of D-Day, I have to say I'd prefer not to see any American president in jail.
And that's, politically, on this day, especially after that speech this morning, to have this news be the driver. And the flip side, the president gave us an interview with Fox where he was asked questions about different political issues and weighed in, as he often does.
Well, I think we know by now when you ask the president, you're going to get an answer. He's not going to have restraint on any set, whether it's in Normandy or right here in D.C. But I think, I think the right move here is to not talk about impeachment while you're over celebrating the 75th anniversary of D-Day. But look.
Okay, it starts with they think a criminal was elected president. But the question is, who are they?
They think a criminal was elected president. So he's already committed crimes before he got there. So when they're talking about him being a criminal, that's what they're talking about. It's all very confusing. And then if you ask them what he should be impeached for, which I've done, and I've interviewed many people, what has he done wrong? What's he covering up? Many of them don't know. They say, we'll just find out, or he's done something wrong. We know that. It's all very vague. It's all over the map. And Pelosi's trying to control all of that. And I think that's why she's turning the volume up with her rhetoric.
That's a load of baloney, which is hyped up by the Democrat media. The next part I call they who. They don't know. What happened to innocent until proven guilty? Oh, I forgot. He's a Republican, so that doesn't count. This piece isn't it upside down, as I just said? Innocent until proven guilty. But listen to how the comment is pushed to one side with an almost sleight of hand and quoting instead, lock her up.
I mean, isn't this upside down, Mo? What happened to innocent before proven guilty? I mean, I understand this is rhetoric and trying to hold off Democrats, but suddenly we got to going behind bars?
Well, look, this isn't like standing up at a national party convention chanting lock her up, right? I mean, it's not that. Nancy Pelosi has been trying to make the case, right? And I think what I heard in that comment was a differentiation between impeachment and prosecution. House doesn't have the ability to prosecute. House has the ability to impeach. That's a political argument. That's a political action.
Not even acknowledging the clear illegal actions of Hillary Clinton, for which anyone else would have been prosecuted and probably serving jail time for a lesser crime. Next, this Democrat hack acknowledges the vote for impeachment is not there, but then, as leftists always include, then he goes on to say, but the public isn't there, but intimates there's movement. They wish.
The public isn't there yet, although there is some evidence in recent polling that the public is ever so slightly moving in that direction. We've seen a few polls in recent weeks where public support for impeachment has crept up. It's still not a majority.
The next piece is where's the crime?
Okay, but just explain to me how this is rolled out. Where's the crime? Where is the crime that she's putting him behind bars? Where is the crime that the impeachment is going to be based on? Obstruction?
Yeah. So there are a lot of people out there who believe, if you look at the Mueller report, he laid out a case on obstruction of justice that he could not prosecute given Department of Justice guidelines. There are a lot of people out there, Susan said,
on a conspiracy that he did not indict for.
Yet we have seen time and time again in our judicial system
I understand,
that you don't
but I'm
need
just
that
saying you have to make that case.
You have to make that. Sure.
And what prosecutor is going to do that?
But this is the point, right? That this is where the impeachment, the pro-impeachment crowd is going, and she's saying we don't have the votes for that.
This Democrat hack goes back to the Mueller report, trying to twist what it says. They never stop. Never stop. As I've said before, Project Blue. Now this is a good one. There's lots of investigations that could turn up. Turn up what?
There's lots of investigations that may still turn up. There's still criminal investigations that have to do with his other activities, with the Trump Foundation, with campaign finance violations. He hasn't been convicted of anything yet, which is why I think she's saying let's keep the focus on the investigations.
To do with what they couldn't achieve one way, they're trying to achieve another way. This next one's also a doozy. There seem to be a majority of people out there that think he's done something wrong.
And, there seems to be at least a majority of people out there who buy into the notion that he has done something wrong.
Okay,
does it rise to criminality?
They haven't proved it.
We haven't seen it yet.
You can say they haven't proved it. They're digging for it.
That's why you have 20 investigations going on.
Question. Who is this majority of people? Who are they? You never get that answer. This is the picture they're trying to paint every day. Fox News, surprisingly enough, are allowing him to paint it. The final one I'm going to analyse is lock her up, trying to infer there was an investigation into Hillary. Really?
That's no different than when President Trump and his supporters stood up at the Republican convention leading everyone in chants of lock her up when there was no proven misconduct.
When you break down this piece, and I could do more, you can see how badly flawed their argument really is. It's built on a pack of lies and false truths that they, the Democrats, trot out as fact every single day. They refuse to either accept or admit that they're wrong. And that's the great big hoax being played on America at Americans' expense. They will never stop. You can find more at aradio.wordpress.com, where you can find links to us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, iTunes, iHeartRadio, Gab, and email. We are also on Spotify. Just go to the podcast section and type Canadian Politics with a twist, and you'll find us. We are continuing to reach out to you, so please pass on the links. Please click on the follow button on Spreaker.com. You can listen to all our morning moments at Spreaker.com under A Radio. That's EHRADIO, A Radio. And please click on the like button. And you can now hear a weekend review of our podcasts on Whbj-Db, News Talk Radio. Join us and many others, and you can find all our podcasts and morning moments at aradio.wordpress.com. Click on the Morning Moments tab.
Every place where we come through, there was lots of trucks. Weyburn, there must have been 250 trucks waiting. In every town that we come in, there was more joining every time. I think everybody's sick of the government that's ruining us. Other than that, everybody's just here to try get rid of this carbon tax. Why doesn't the federal government do like our provincial government? I got 20% back on my solar system. Why doesn't the federal government also give us an incentive to put this in? Instead of giving money to other countries to stop carbon, why doesn't he give everybody in Canada a chance to do like I'm doing?
We have a lot of members that are going to be negatively impacted by a carbon tax in the province of Saskatchewan. A lot of our guys rely on fossil fuels, unfortunately, to build Saskatchewan's highways and transportation networks. So there's a lot at stake here in terms of jobs and competitive advantage or disadvantage in this case for our members. We're looking at well over $1 million in additional expenses for the industry that's unfortunately going to be, offloaded onto the taxpayers because the major procurer of our service is government, whether it's provincial, federal, or municipal. So ultimately, the taxpayers are going to be, facing a heavier burden because of this.
But we're going to make polluters pay and put money in your pockets.
There is an imperative to put a price on pollution, and if there are costs associated with for average families, we will more than compensate those families for those costs.
Well, how are they going to do that? They talk about this rebate as if you're going to get the money back, and then you're going to get a premium, so you're going to get even more money back. How do they calculate that, though? That was a part that was lost from the conversation.
We fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds.
Thank you for joining us. You are listening to A Radio, and this is The Morning Moment. We're on weekdays, 11:45 Eastern. Follow us on Spreaker.com and click on the like button. This piece is a little old, but it's definitely still relevant. It's from Fox and Friends, May 20th, and it's Stuart Varney. What he starts to talk about here is what Rush describes as the Chicoms, the US trade dispute, and how the president needs the support of farmers, so he has lifted tariffs between the US, Canada and Mexico, which will benefit farmers. But a little aside, according to the Federal Liberal Communist Government of Canada, that was because of pressure done by them, which caused the US to remove their tariffs on Canada. I don't think anybody knows that, do they? Don't you know how skilled a negotiator Justin Trudeau is? He's a genius. He can do anything. He can even stop the tides rising and people being flooded and fires being lit by climate change. He is God Almighty personified in his mind and in the Liberals' mind. However, if you really want to know what people think of climate change, take a look at what's happened in Australia recently, and Stuart Varney comments on that too. This should be a signal to those in Canada who think climate change legislation is what Canadians really want. It's what the mainstream media want because it looks good for them and their party. Because never forget, the media in Canada, just like in the United States, are not independent. They believe it's good to force Canadians into carbon tax and carbon pricing, which will lead to hardship and despair. But they don't care because they're the elite and they're beyond being touched. They think killing jobs and killing freedoms is a winning message, and creating a society that hates all things Western, that is code for American. I believe, as do the majority of Canadians, not the multicoloured minority, that America is good for Canada and good for the world. And those who fight freedom are not democratic. Those who fight free speech are not democratic. And those who fight capitalism are not democratic. And just an aside from that, it's the free market economy, not capitalism. Here's that piece. And just one last thing, which somehow I managed to forget. Whilst the US is going gangbusters with its economy, Canada's economy is stagnant. In fact, it's going into negative territory. It's contracting. The great Trudeau's economy is actually contracting. But, as the mainstream media want you to believe in Canada, nothing to see here. Everything's fine. Everything's hunky-dory. We've got carbon tax. What could possibly go wrong? No jobs, no future, no hope. Oh, as always, I nearly forgot. Links will be on my site, but there's always a little sting to it, isn't there? The link has already been removed because they want you to subscribe to Fox Nation. But we have the link and we have the audio.
All right, starting today, American farmers can start doing business again with Canada and with Mexico after President Trump strikes a new deal. Stuart Varney says this is a big win and has the numbers to prove it. Coming up next.
The farmer that plants the fields in the spring, that turn from green to that harvest honey. Hold one up for the bank.
I love the farmers. They voted for me. You look at the middle of this country, it's all red, meaning Republican, right? It's all, and it wasn't for other Republicans, but for me it was. And we have a great relationship.
So there you got the president sitting down with Steve Hilton. It ran last night. Joining us right now, sitting down with us, Stuart Varney, host of Varney and Company over on Fox Business. They were talking about how it was revealed at the conclusion of last work week that apparently regarding the tariffs against the farmers, Mexico, Canada, they've been lifted, and now what happens?
We'll start farm trade again. That's what's going on here. The president needs the political support of the Farm Belt. In all these trade wars and trade disputes, it's the farmers who've taken quite a hit so far. He needs to retain their political support. So we've got a couple of things going for him. Number one, we now start farm trade again, Mexico and Canada. That's what everybody wants.
Because they rescinded the tariffs, so the retaliatory tariffs come off too.
That's right. That's the detail, and that's exactly what's happening. Plus, there is $15 billion that we're going to collect from the tariffs placed on Chinese goods that will then be redistributed in some way to the Farm Belt.
How does that work?
Well,
everybody get a check?
The plan that I've heard is that we will use that $15 billion to buy the commodities, soybeans, for example, which the Chinese will not be buying, and then we give those commodities to the poor countries of the world, and that's how we balance out aid to the farmers. Right. That's one tentative plan. Whether that's what works out in the end is another story. But the president is trying hard to maintain the political support of the Farm Belt, and he has to.
What about salaries? U.S. salaries, the average salary is going up.
It's going to be a great summer for wage earners and salaried people because we've got such a tight labor market. There are 1.3 million more jobs than unemployed people. So you've got to pay more
supply
to keep
and demand.
People and get new people coming in. Now, at the moment, wages are rising at around a 3.2% annual clip. By the summer, a lot of people are saying it'll be a 4% wage increase clip, which will be very nice.
So
it's in a generation.
It's just so interesting the way all the Democratic candidates keep taking shots at the president, unnecessary tax cut for the rich, which is not factually accurate. Kamala Harris weighed in on how the economy not working.
That's right.
Let's speak truth. America's economy is not working for working people.
I'm sorry, I just don't get that.
Because she's got to run against Trump and his economy.
Bring up something else.
She says part of the soundbite, which you didn't hear there, is that people have to have 2 or 3 jobs to make it.
We keep hearing that.
Where do you get that from? I've not seen that statistic. I just haven't seen it. That is spin by the Democrats on the state of our economy. I think we've got a booming economy, and working people are making gains which they've not seen in a decade. I can't see how that translates into it's not working for working people. I don't get that.
Well, we have heard AOC talk about people have to have more than one job. AOC also one of the people pushing the Green New Deal. Tell us about what's going on with the Green New Deal in Australia.
Yeah, we don't spend much time on Australian elections now, do we? But this one, the one over this past weekend,
was a stunner.
Absolute stunner. The candidate who favoured taking climate change measures and taxing the rich, that candidate was supposed to win and lost.
And was winning in all the polls.
In all the polls and the exit polls.
Wait, you can't trust the polls?
It was an exact copy of what happened here in 2016. The Liberal candidate was sure to win. The elite supported, the media supported, but Hillary lost. Same in Australia. Now, there's a message here for Democrats in 2020. The candidate in Australia who favoured climate change legislation and taxing the rich lost. That's exactly what presidential candidates on the Democrat side want to do.
I have an additional read. You want to use this in your show if you like it?
Go ahead.
Okay. My thing is, the polls were right. the people were not telling the truth to the polls because they don't want to be honest because they are looked down on by saying, I don't want to get rid of all oil and gas. A carbon tax would not be practical or affordable. So they keep their mouth shut and vote differently.
That's Sound familiar? 2016?
Absolutely. 2016, written all over again. There's a guilt trip being played. You should feel guilty if you're not in favor of climate change legislation. You should feel guilty if you're not in favor of taxing the rich.
We interviewed a pro-life Democrat earlier in the show, and she said people have to come up to her and whisper, I'm pro-life too. I'm a Democrat and I'm pro-life, because it's not a message that you're supposed to talk about.
I'm telling you, Democrats should really watch out in 2020 because it's going to happen all over again. You think you're going to win with that message, but that's not the way people really
But the president's message this time, though,
I will use your point. Okay. You want to watch my show so you can prove that
I absolutely do.
No radio for an hour.
Yes.
Watch his show.
Right. Do you good.
We're a nation of whisperers now.
It would do you good.
We whisper the truth. I will.
Thank you, Stuart.
Thank you.
You can find more at aradio.wordpress.com, where you can find links to us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, iTunes, iHeartRadio, Gab, and email. We are also on Spotify. Just go to the podcast section and type Canadian Politics with a twist, and you'll find us. We are continuing to reach out to you, so please pass on the links. Please click on the follow button on Spreaker.com. You can listen to all our morning moments at Spreaker.com under A Radio. That's EHRADIO, A Radio. And please click on the like button. And you can now hear a weekend review of our podcasts on Whbj-Db, News Talk Radio. Join us and many others. And you can find all our podcasts and morning moments at aradio.wordpress.com. Click on the Morning Moments tab.
2 weeks ago, the United States officially recognized the legitimate government of Venezuela and its new president, Juan Guaido. We stand with the Venezuelan people in their noble quest for freedom, and we condemn the brutality of the Maduro regime, whose socialist policies have turned that nation from being the wealthiest in South America into a state of abject poverty and despair. Here in the United States, we are alarmed by the new calls to adopt socialism in our country. America was founded on liberty and independence, and not government coercion, domination, and control. We are born free, and we will stay free.
Landing ground.
Thank you for joining us. You are listening to A Radio, and this is the Morning Moment. We're on weekdays, 11:45 Eastern. Follow us on Spreaker.com and click on the like button. This piece is twofold. The first is from Fox News, with a blatant attempt by Democrats to gerrymander districts with the help of friendly activist judges. This piece, as I say, is from Fox and Friends. It goes into great detail, the lengths to which they will stoop, and talking about liberal tricks. It's from Fox and Friends, May 7. But don't think that link is active at the moment. But we'll still put a link to it on our website, just in case. Here's the clip.
Meanwhile, sue until it's blue. Our next guest sounding the alarm on the left's judicial power grab, as some have described it, saying it's time for Republicans to wake up and see how unelected judges are redrawing maps to help elect more Democrats. Here to explain, Scott Walker, former governor of Wisconsin and national finance chairman for the Republican Redistricting Trust. Governor, good morning to you.
Good to be with you. Although I'm kind of bummed I'm not there to play with all that fun stuff you were just doing.
It's summer camp time. Go to camp, Governor. What does sue till it's blue mean?
Well, what you've got is Eric Holder, with the support of Barack Obama, spending hundreds of millions of dollars across the nation, and they just go in from one state after the next, and they sue until it's blue. They're using the litigation process to take redistricting out of the hands of the people we elect, the people we hold accountable in our state legislative bodies, and trying to send it to the courts where they have friendly folks, many of whom have been appointed by some of their allies, and they're trying to sue to change the makeup, really, I think for a generation to come in terms of putting Democrats in power.
All right, let's take a look at some headlines from the New York Times. Judges rule Michigan congressional districts are unconstitutionally gerrymandered. They also had Ohio congressional map is illegal gerrymander, federal court rules. Okay, so what happens is they start suing, and it's not necessarily a slam dunk that they're going to win, but it gets the ball moving, right?
Right, in the time being, right, you've got actions by the courts, and that's what they do. This is the whole strategy of the left, is to keep going until they find a friendly judge, someone who's not directly elected and accountable to the voters, and try and sue. They did it firsthand in Wisconsin. They tried to take over our Wisconsin Supreme Court. Thankfully, we fought back just about a month ago, but their strategy was last year, this year, and next year to take over the Wisconsin Supreme Court so they'd have a friendly activist majority in the Wisconsin Supreme Court. They're doing it in Ohio, as you mentioned. They're doing it in Michigan. You already look, even in last year's elections, there's about 15 seats in 4 different states where they already used the litigation process to try and make it competitive. That's at least part of the reason why Nancy Pelosi is now the speaker. They want to make her and people like her permanently in charge of the U.S. House. We can't let them do that. We've got to fight back for truly fair maps. If we've got fair maps, our ideas work. If we've got a competitive marketplace to tell our message to the American people, we can win district by district, but we can't do it if it's always stuck in the courts.
But, Governor, isn't it up to the state legislatures to figure out how to draw a district on the map?
Well, that's exactly right. That's the way most people want it. They want it with people who they elect who are accountable. What they do, though, is they go from state to state and they try and litigate. They sue, they pick a state, and then they sue until it's blue. And that's the strategy we've seen used over and over again. There's a lot of folks out there, unelected bureaucrats, these commissions they create, which are clearly partisan, where you put power in the hands of people who aren't elected. And then these judges, many of these federal judges who have lifetime appointments, right, and they love nothing more than to be activists out there. I appreciate the fact that the president tweeted about it, because I don't know that enough people understand just how significant this is. It's not just about the 2020 elections. It's about the fact that they could put in place maps across America that make it almost impossible for the next decade to win in these districts.
Right, and that's why you are the finance chairman for the National Republican Redistricting Trust. Former Governor Scott Walker, sir, thank you very much for joining us live today.
Thanks for having us on.
All right.
Now, the Democrats' redistricting tricks are only part of this piece to gain control of the states. The next bit I want you to listen to is a short extract from the Washington Examiner. It's from a piece called Inside Secret Republican Plot to Take Down Trump in 2020. That link will also be on my site. Here's just part of that piece. Renegade Republicans determined to eject President Trump from the White House in 2020 share a commitment to the cause, but are split on strategy and realistic about their long-term prospects. Former John McCain aides, members Evan McCullen's independent 2016 presidential campaign, disgruntled neocons, establishment GOPers. The only thing they agree on is the loathing of Trump. No primary challenger has yet come forward. John Kasich, a former Ohio governor, has said he couldn't beat Trump. Jeff Flake, who stepped down as a senator for Arizona when it became clear he would be beaten by pro-Trump forces in his primary, has taken himself out of the running. The brightest hope for them now is Maryland Governor Larry Hogan, who last year became the first Republican governor to be re-elected in a deep blue state with a 13-point margin. 13 points. Mostly based in Washington, the Never Trump crowd comes in roughly 3 factions. First is those convinced fielding a primary challenger is the most viable game plan. Second is those inclined to back an independent candidate. A third group of advocates for unifying centre-left Democrat, similar to the sort of centrists who captured suburban Republican voters in the midterm elections. But the blocs are friendly, with some key operatives moving back and forth between them and willing to back whichever approach emerges as the most feasible. Meetings often hosted by Nishkahin centre a conservative think tank that has positioned itself as headquarters for Republicans opposed to Trump. Veteran Republican consultant Mike Murphy is among them. I'm talking to some never-Trumpers about an alert effort to make sure Republican regulars are paying attention they ought to, so that they are starting to think pragmatically about a wipeout in 2020 and what we ought to do about it, Murphy told the Washington Examiner. Murphy advised the late Senator John McCain, Republican Arizona, when he ran for president in 2000. How did that work out? And oversaw former Florida Governor Jeb Bush's super PAC when he sought the White House 4 years ago. How did that work out? He recognizes the difficulty in battling an incumbent or party favorite who enjoys broad support of Republican voters. So Murphy is breaking with some of his colleagues and eschewing the top-down strategy that relies on finding primary challenger first. Instead, he is pursuing what he dubs a Paul Revere project. The blueprint calls for consistent strategic communications that target approximately 10,000 to 13,000 GOP activists that populate the state and local branches of the party nationwide, with information about Trump's unique political vulnerabilities. If grassroots unrest can be fomented from the ground up, Murphy believes conditions for a viable primary challenge might develop. Defending Democracy Together, a group run by conservative journalist, here we go, remember this guy, Bill Kristol, believes there already exists an appetite among GOP voters for a change atop the party, if only a strong candidate would exploit it. The group, armed with polling and focus group data it commissioned specifically for this pitch, has held discussions with Hogan, and it claims other potentially interested prominent Republicans it is declining to name. Well, there you have it. The Never-Trumpers are still going, and they're still trying to wreck the President of the United States, and by doing so, allowing the Democrats to win the presidency. Why would they do that? Why would they sacrifice America just to remove a president they don't like? Could it be that there's more at play? Could it be that their activities are not conducive with the party they represent? Just saying. But it makes you wonder, doesn't it, that if the majority of people voted for the President of the United States as is, why don't they support him? Why don't they challenge the next candidate in 2024 rather than attack this one? What are they so scared about that he can find out in those 4 more years? Makes you wonder, doesn't it? And that's my comment for today. You can find more at aradio.wordpress.com, where you can find links to us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, iTunes, iHeartRadio, Gab, and email. We are also on Spotify. Just go to the podcast section and type Canadian Politics with a twist, and you'll find us. We are continuing to reach out to you, so please pass on the links. Please click on the follow button on Spreaker.com. You can listen to all our morning moments at Spreaker.com under A Radio. That's EHRADIO, A Radio. And please click on the like button. And you can now hear a weekend review of our podcasts on Whbj-Db. News Talk Radio. Join us and many others, and you can find all our podcasts and Morning Moments at aradio.wordpress.com. Click on the Morning Moments tab.
You're listening to WHBJ, Digital Talk Radio and History from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
As I went walking that ribbon of highway, I saw above me that endless skyway. I saw below me that golden valley. This land was made for you and me.
This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island. From the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream border. This land was made for you and me.
I roamed and rambled. I followed my footsteps from the sparkling sands of your diamond desert. And all around me, a voice was sounding. This land was made for you and me.
This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island. From the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream border. This land was made for you and me.
When the sun comes shining, then I was strolling. The wheat fields waving, the dust clouds rolling. A voice was chanting as the fog was lifting. This land was made for you and me.
This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island. From the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream border. This land was made for you and me. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island. From the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream border. This land was made for you and me. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California.
Bernie Sanders, ladies and gentlemen, live on stage.
Hurricane blows. Mr. Owens, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm going to take a different tack from the beginning. We are at this point, this is not about black and white, rich and poor, blue collar, white collar. We're fighting for the heart and soul of our nation. We have a very, very special country that started with the Judeo-Christian values that allowed every single generation to become better than the last. And that has not ended, that has not stopped until now. We're telling our kids a little bit something different, that they don't have the opportunities that we had. I'm going to talk about some ideologies. And when I talk about them, I'm not talking about people. People change. I used to be a Democrat until I did my history and found out the misery that party brought to my race. So when I talk about these ideologies don't change, people do. We're fighting for the heart and soul of our nation against socialism, Marxism, and the evil that it has brought to us in the stealing of our history. Karl Marx said it best, the father of socialism, an atheist, anti-Semite, and a blatant racist. Yet we teach his philosophy in our school systems today. He said it, the first battleground is rewriting of our history. You steal our history, you steal our pride in our past, our appreciation for our present, and our vision for our future. And every single urban city in our country is now experiencing that loss. Real quick history, because these are things that we're not taught. I'm blessed to be the great-great-grandfather of Silas Burgess. Came here in the belly of a slave ship, sold in Charleston, South Carolina with his mother to the Burgess plantation. An evil, evil man that drove my great-great-great-grandmother either to leaving her family, her kids, or committing suicide. I don't know. She disappeared. But Silas, at age of 8, was blessed to be surrounded by men who believed in freedom. Even though they were shackled, they escaped. They went the southern route of the Underground Railroad, facilitated by white and Mexican Americans. And he's made his way out south to Texas. He ended up being a successful entrepreneur, owned 102 acres of land, paid off in 2 years. Started the first black church, the first black elementary school. Pillar of his community, 18 kids, Christian, Republican. His first son was Alpha Omega. Proud American. An example of what happens when any race, any culture is given hope, opportunity, and freedom. It didn't end there, by the way. The history of our black country, of our black Americans, has been stolen from us for decades, almost over a century. Booker T. Washington, 1882, began Tuskegee University. By 1905, it was producing more self-made black millionaires than Harvard, Yale, and Princeton combined. The 40s, 50s, and 60s, it was a black community that led our country in the growth of the middle class, led our country in terms of the men committed to marriage, over 70%, now it's 30%. Led our country in terms of the committed to business ownership, 40%, now it's 3.8%. Men matriculated from college. We now have a higher percentage of men incarcerated in college. It is, by the way, my degree was biology. And that I learned a long time ago that slavery is not a gene in the DNA helix. It's our actions, it's our attitude, it's our belief. I do not believe in reparation, because what reparation does, it points to a certain race, a certain color, and it points them as evil, and points the other race, my race, as one that is not only becomes racist, but also beggars. I do believe in restitution. Let's point to the party that was part of slavery, KKK, Jim Crow, that has killed over 40% of our black babies, 20 million of them. State of California, 75% of our black boys cannot pass standard reading and writing tests, a democratic state. So yes, let's pay restoration. Let's pay restitution. How about a Democratic Party pay for all the misery brought to my race? And those, after we learn our history, decide to stay there, they should pay also. They're complicit. And every white American, Republican or Democrat, that feels guilty because of your white skin, you should need to pony up also. That way we can get past this reparation and recognize that this country has given us greatness. Look at this panel. It doesn't matter how we think. The fact is, well, it doesn't matter our color. We have become successful in this country like no other because of this great opportunity to live the American dream. Let's not steal that from our kids by telling them they can't do it. Thank you.
Looking for an alternative place to find news and opinion? How about conversing with fellow patriots? Join us Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific for Cold War Radio. You will find it at www.spreaker.com or in the Spreaker app. Search for Cold War Radio and you will find it. Since I've been listening, I have met some terrific patriots and learned quite a lot about current events that the mainstream media will never tell you. Please come and join us. Be inspired. You will feel right at home in our Spreaker chat room.
All right, good evening, everyone. This is Whbj Digital Talk. I'm your host, Hutch Bailey Jr. I hope everybody's enjoying the show so far. Beautiful evening, as I said before. Just wonderful weather here in northwestern Pennsylvania in the Allegheny National Forest at the bend in the river, the Iroquois said. All right, we're going to flash back to 2011 and Steel City Resistance with Ward Miller. Coming up tomorrow is Ward's debut on Cold War Radio. He helped me establish Steel City Resistance, which got all this thing started. And he is back after a long hiatus, and I can't wait. I really can't. Mona is on the job on the weekend, ladies and gentlemen, just contacted me. We are arranging a special guest for Wednesday night. Dr. John S. Baker, President and Chairman of the Foundation for Self-Government and Professor Emeritus at the Louisiana State University Law Center, also a U.S. Census Analyst. And we will be discussing how many congressional districts are made up of illegal aliens, because the census is coming up again. And it's an important time, and the communists are in a dead fight with America over a question of citizenship on the census. So we're going to get into that. If you can help, ladies and gentlemen, go to steelcityresistance.com, become a Cold War Radio patron, help keep the effort alive. It's the only way we're going to do it. Thanks for coming out tonight. Please share the show. Let's get into Steel City Resistance from 2011.
I thought we were the protectors of truth. Democrats, Republicans, you all lie. We, a small band of survivors, are on our way to the Steel City to find the resistance. Join us.
Welcome to the Steel City Resistance with Senior Airman Ward Miller and the ironclad voice of Pittsburgh, Hutch Jr., laying down verbal C4 to blow away the lies and the political tomfoolery. Your papers have been cleared. Welcome to the Steel City Resistance.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Steel City Resistance. My name is Hutch Jr., and I am located in the bunker in the neighborhood of Brookline in the city of Pittsburgh, and it's a new year.
Yeah, it is, and I'm Ward Miller. I'm also in the city of Pittsburgh. I'm so psyched to be back. We had a good holiday and nice hiatus, give us time to recharge the batteries a bit. And we're ready to get back and do some hardcore reporting that the mainstream media refuses to do.
Boy, and I'll tell you, Ward, they're getting worse and worse at it seems. I couldn't wait to get back in the studio. I was jonesing for the place. I was. I mean, there's all kinds of ridiculous things. I knew it deep down beforehand, but just the debate questions. There was 2 debates this weekend, and I suffered through them. They were horrible. I couldn't deal with it. It was the only reason I watched the debates was for you, ladies and gentlemen, because there wasn't anything new. And boy, George stuffing envelopes, man, what a rank amateur that guy is.
Well, I mean, what did you expect?
No, I know.
You know what I mean? I mean, that's the thing that kind of pisses me off is they have these guys that are doing these. That are moderating these debates that are hardcore lefties, and and they're talking to people who have conservative values, and they're just decimating them, because they don't agree with their politics. It's one of them cases where they should actually have something on the internet. That would be cool. You have something on the internet where people could, come in, do some kind of streaming live on Ustream or YouTube or something like that. Have people ask real legitimate questions and have them respond to them. instead of this crap that Stephanopoulos does. And everybody out there should be terrified because he's backing Romney.
The thing is, to me, is, and I don't understand, we have to eject these old guys from out of the establishment because they clearly don't get it. They just clearly, why isn't the debate being moderated by Rush Limbaugh or by Sean Hannity or somebody of that nature? Why would we put ourselves in front of the Clinton communications director who spends a freaking half hour talking about freaking condoms and shit?
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Hutch.
And he asked the Mormon and he asked the Catholic. You know, it's so blatantly absurd that we would allow ourselves. I mean, there's too many grown men in the room. They would have been better off if they would have set a precedent and they would have, I know it was Trump, but we need to get this on the internet, like you said. If they would have went to CNS News or whatever it is, I can't remember what the outlet was, but it was just bad. I mean, the questions were just sickening, and unfortunately, I think that Romney really won that. They didn't come out. You know, they build this thing like it was going to be a heavyweight championship fight, and they were going to pile on Romney, and a couple things happened. One, they didn't do that, to their peril. I mean, the numbers they're not hopeless yet, but they're trending toward Romney. He started dropping a little bit today, but something happened on the last few days of Mitt Romney's timid responses to everything. Michael Savage jumped out of his tank and said, you know what? I changed my mind. This guy is way too timid. He's not going to beat Obama. And he started going for Santorum, you know, and that's amazing to me because I had just about written Savage off when I thought that Gingrich was the only hope.
Yeah, the problem with this field is it's so fluid because everybody's looking for the best candidate to beat Obama, and they should be. But the problem is you're basically saddled with guys like like Romney and Gingrich, you know, and I was behind Gingrich, and then I start listening to some of the stuff he's saying, and I don't know if I can get behind him, you know, and the electorate's having the same problem is they're seeing.
Yeah, we all are. I mean, I've been through 3 or 4 candidates already, and I mean, I think Gingrich has a good game, but you have to look at the Democrat wing that is the media, and they're going to come out there, and I mean, they've just got too many years. I like Gingrich, and I wish it wasn't this way. I think he's a smart guy. You know, I like Perry too. I mean, Perry.
I can't get behind Perry because he's a nut job.
He's not going to go anywhere, but he's a fighter. Is my point.
He's a fighter, but you know, the problem with Perry is, you know, he makes too many mistakes.
Yeah,
you know, and then
for sure.
And then once you make those kind of mistakes and you can't walk them back immediately, you know, like I said, when they asked him what 3 departments he'd cut, and he struggled for that, I can come up with 3 off the top of my head, and I'm not a real politician.
I think that the thing is, I think it's we've said this from the very beginning. I think it's a setup. I think Occupy Wall Street, that whole program was set up
absolutely
to combat Mitt Romney.
It
was all
just
about Romney and his Wall Street ties and everything else. And thank goodness for Gingrich's camp bringing the Bain Capital things out. And we're going to see how that plays out. But I don't know. I hope that Romney, if he does win New Hampshire, doesn't win it by too big of a margin. Come on, New Hampshire.
He's going to win New Hampshire big because that's where he's from. The thing is, Santorum needs to focus on South Carolina. South Carolina will fall in line with his values. But, you know, and it was real close. I mean, there were 6 votes that separated the two of them in Iowa. And there was 8 morons there that voted for Herman Cain.
And if you look, actually, there's a story out there, and I didn't bring it because it didn't. It's going to take a couple weeks for that election to be certified. But there was a precinct guy that was actually physically counting votes that said that their precinct sent in 2 votes for Romney, and the frickin' Republican committee, wherever they counted the votes, entered 22, which makes Santorum the winner. And I mean, he signed an affidavit, took it into political headquarters, and the news media's mum on it. They won't say it. They know about it. They all know about it. I saw it the day it came out.
They're scared of Santorum.
Sure.
Because Santorum will win the hardcore conservative vote. He'll win the
independents.
He'll win I think the independents are going to be shaky with him, but he'll win the evangelists. You know,
I think
he'll win them a hell of a lot quicker than Romney will.
Something that he did that impressed me. One of the things I was always nervous about was his, stances on gay marriage and gay adoption and all this other thing. He did a pretty good job of pretty much saying, look, that's my views. That doesn't have anything to do with legislating or leading or whatever.
I don't understand how that becomes an election topic.
Because it's big on the news.
It's the same thing. The whole gay rights marriage. The president has absolutely nothing to do with that.
But I mean, when you fire it up, when these people understand the game, these guys are leftists and they're all about propaganda. And when they do that, then they fire up all the activists. And I mean, I have gay people that I know in my Twitter feed, and all they can do is bash Santorum all day long. You know what I mean? It fires them up and it gives them free publicity.
Oh, absolutely.
And
but it's not just the case.
It's a shame.
I mean, it's the same as abortion. Abortion becomes this major topic in every election, and I can't understand why. It doesn't make sense to me.
The thing is, abortion is going down among young people as favorable. I mean, it really is. I saw a statistic the other day. It's really moving. People are starting to understand the reality of what it is and whatever. But more to come, I'm sure, every week from now on until the election. Ladies and gentlemen, because we're back. We took a couple weeks off, and we're back for the duration. I mean, something might happen, but we should be here. This is actually the first time that we've done a show that was not on our normal time slot, so we are a little bit flexible if we need to be.
Yeah.
Now, something I got, Ward, I'm a little concerned about. What happened to Fast and Furious?
That fell off everybody's radar.
That's not good.
Yeah. I mean, even... the only real network that was reporting on it was Fox, and they're not even doing it anymore. I don't know if this is, put it on the back burner, or, there's nothing coming out of the congressional debates, or I don't understand.
It may be just the elections. That might be the sole reason for it. If that's the case, we're in trouble. It's going to die because we have too long to go until the election. So I hope that's not the
Either
case.
that or they're putting it in their pocket and they're going to release it. That's the October surprise.
Yeah.
Oh,
maybe.
By the way, and then they're going to make Obama answer for it during those debates. That would be good.
All right, we got a voicemail from a listener down in Tampa, and I kind of messed this up. He sent it to me on the Bird's Eye View hotline, and I didn't do an episode for a couple weeks, so I let it sit there. So it's a couple episodes old. But this is, let's listen to Chris from Tampa.
Hey, Hutch, this is Chris from Florida. This is actually for Steel City Resistance for you. I was just listening to the radio down here in Florida, and they were talking about how Donald Trump is backing out of doing the GOP stuff for the debates and possibly being an independent for president. What a dumbass. All he's trying to do is help freaking Obama stay elected into the damn presidency if he decides that he's going to run as an independent. Split the damn GOP votes. We don't need that. Somebody needs to tell the hair boy to take him back the fuck off. All right. Hope you guys have a good show. Bye.
Well, thanks, Chris, the hair guy.
That's outstanding.
I figured you'd like that one, Ward.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was something we said back then, too, that Trump was only involved to get his name in the press. Once he got all the press that he could possibly get, he turned and ran away. That's what he does. He's an attention whore, and that's all there is to it. Now, if he were to throw his hat in the ring, anybody that would vote for him is a complete and utter moron. There's no way to candy coat that and make it sound like he's a hell of a guy. If you vote for him, you're a freaking moron. period.
You know, I wonder if is there a mathematical possibility, or is it already set that this is the field?
Yeah, I'd imagine. I don't see anybody that could come in now. I mean, Bachmann dropped. She hasn't decided to endorse yet. Kane has yet to endorse anybody yet. So there is the possibility that we're going to get some, and I really see Bachmann endorsing Santorum. Because, they were mirror copies of each other.
I'll tell you what needs to happen. What needs to happen is some powerful people have to get together and call a meeting. I think, unless something really wild happens, Paul's going to ice himself out. He doesn't have any activity in Florida at all. But between Gingrich, Perry, and Santorum, two of them got to go, man, or else Romney's going to get this.
Well, I understand where you're coming from. And I agree that the longer everybody's in the race, the more it's going to lean towards Romney. He had Chris Christie come out and say, and back him. And Christie's a heavyweight,
One of the guys in Fast and Furious, I'm trying to remember his name, Chavez, came out and backed him.
Yeah.
Snooze last night.
I have a real serious problem with, not even based on his record, based on the fact of how insane the mainstream media wants Romney to win.
Oh, it
tells me that there's something wrong.
And there's the Republicans. I liked Christie's fight with the unions. That's as far as I took it. I did not want that guy to be president, and I still don't. I think he's like a pit bull Romney. He's got some New Jersey traits the same way that Romney has Massachusetts traits. And it's just because of where he's from.
Well, yeah, and you look at some of the stuff that he's done in Jersey. Yeah, he's fought the unions, but at the same time, he's also gone and done some, they have some of the most strict gun laws in the country. And, if you want to bill yourself as a conservative Republican, you can't be backing that kind of stuff.
He's not the president. I like the guy. I do, man. I love his fight that he's fighting, and I like his abrasive style. I have no problem with that. But anyway, he's not in the race, so whatever. But he's backing Romney. Let's see. Just before we get off this, thanks, Chris from Tampa. We appreciate that. I just want to make sure that you keep your head down. They just caught a Muslim down there that was going to blow a bar up near Tampa. They caught him today. I don't have the story. It's breaking. They just announced it today. I went on ABC, and they said it was somebody was arrested, and it never mentioned Muslim. You had to go to other news outlets to find that. But, keep aware down there. Ward, let's bring in the new year. We had some problems with last year, but they're facts, and let's run them down.
Yeah, we have the 7 devastating facts about 2012. The first one, number 1. Every day, the U.S. government takes in $6 billion, and it spends $10 billion. That means that every day the federal government spends $4 billion. That's a B with a billion with a B. $4 billion more than it has.
Now, let me just put that into perspective real quick before we go any further here. Entitlements are 60% of the budget. That means Social Security, welfare, Medicare, Medicaid. So everything else, the taxpayers are paying for that. Everything else we have to borrow to pay for.
Yep. Number 2, the real unemployment rate is a jaw-dropping 11%. Now, I've seen a different number on this. I just saw it today, actually. It was 15% because they actually aren't doing the Obama Foundation's fuzzy math, and they're actually counting the people.
Stopping to look for work and people that there's jobs that are going away, so the universe of jobs isn't as big. And
yeah, so they're actually it's real fuzzy math. The way that they're saying that the workforce is only 11%. There's only 11%, and they're saying it's only 11% unemployment. It's more like 15. Number 3, every 5th man you pass on your way to work is now out of work. Number 4, college graduates are now 34% less likely to find a job under Obama than they were under President George W. Bush. And these are all statistics, and this is all simple math. Every seventh person you pass on the sidewalk now relies on food stamps. Number 6, the ravages of the Obama economy now mean that more Americans live under federal poverty line than any time in U.S. history records, any time since U.S. records have been kept. And number 7, under President Barack Obama, every 5th child in America now lives in poverty.
You know, those are some really scary numbers. I mean, Gingrich had one of the best lines that I think I've ever heard, that Obama is the best food stamp president in history. And that's just a shame, man. I mean...
Well, it's the truth. I mean, the entire administration fosters the idea of you don't need to work. You know, we'll the government will give it to you, and they're gonna steal, and that's what it is. It's not a tax. They're gonna steal money from rich people who bust their ass every day, and then they're gonna get to the point where those people can't pay anymore. So then they're gonna come to the middle class. You know, anybody that believes for 1 second that, you know, Obama's, if you make more than $250,000, you know, you're going to be okay and we're not going to raise your taxes. If you believe that, you're a moron. They're going to, it's simple math. They're going to run out of money, you know, taxing the rich. And then it's going to be, okay, well, they're tapped out, so now let's go after the middle class.
And then they're going to do what they're doing in, if you look at what they're doing in Greece now, the last thing that's left after all the treasure's gone is the land. And they're starting to talk about using land to back debt and things like that. And it's pure scary, man. It's we're living in scary times right now, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm just hoping, I'm having faith in the American people and hoping that we wake up, because we've been awake for a while here, but it's there's some people that are asleep.
Yeah, there's definitely somebody, you know, fell asleep at the switch, and they're not, you know, it's too easy to become, you know, enamored with Glee and all these other television
and
shows.
Even football and sports. I don't want to talk too much about football, Ward, but
yeah, me neither.
There's a situation developing that's you've heard it on the show numerous times, but President I Need a Dinner Jacket is visiting Caracas. Venezuela's Chavez welcomes ally Ahmadinejad. Caracas. Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez dismissed a U.S. warning to avoid close ties with Iran on Sunday, denouncing what he said was Washington's attempt to dominate the world as he welcomed the Iranian president to the Latin American nation. Iran's Mahmoud Ahmadinejad arrived at, that was pretty good, wasn't it?
That was very good.
Arrived at the start of a tour to shore up support from the region's leftist leaders as tough new Western sanctions aim to isolate the Islamic Republic and target its vital oil exports. Well, I'll tell you what, if we don't sink one of those ships, a spokesman or spokeswoman in Washington from the State Department or the White House said it was not convenient for any country to get close to Iran. Well, the truth is, it made you laugh, Chavez said in a televised speech. They're not going to be able to dominate this world. Forget about it. President Barack Obama, forget about it. It would be better to think about the problems in your country, which are many, he said. We are free. The people of Latin America will never again kneel, dominated by the imperial Yankee. Never again. Well, you know, I'll tell you what, this guy here, when I heard that he was coming over here, I'd just like to see some covert activity myself.
Yeah, well, what gets me is, you know, the quote in there, a spokesman or spokeswoman in Washington from the State Department or the White House, they can't say who said it?
I know. I noticed the same thing as I was going over that.
That's the thing that gets me is, you know, you got to stand up and say, look, the State Department said, you know, you don't need to be buddying up with them. And here's the problem, and we said this on a couple shows already. They're putting missiles in Venezuela. If they, and, you know, whether, you know, the Obama administration wants to paint them as, oh, they're, you know, they don't have a missile yet. They don't have any. They've been test firing missiles for the last week.
They're a tiny little country. They're nothing. They're just a tiny little country. And I heard the same thing. I heard they're constructing ICBM pads in Venezuela.
Exactly. And with the intention of shooting missiles at us. And anybody that doesn't believe that is an idiot.
And who sponsors Hezbollah? Iran does.
Exactly.
And they're just a few countries up north in Mexico. I mean, we need new leadership. This is ridiculous. And now, Ward, I understand that Iran's beating the war drums at home.
Yep. After threatening only days ago to close the Strait of Hormuz. Now, granted, this story came out on January 4th, so
hey, we got 2 weeks of material.
Yeah, we have 2 weeks worth of material. So, but this was after days ago to close the Strait of Hormuz, through which 20% of the world's oil supply moves. The Iranian government has once again engaged in ominous saber rattling. The mullah regime's latest threat involves a warning to the United States on Tuesday not to send its naval task force group, headed by the aircraft carrier USS John C. Stennis, back to the Persian Gulf. The Stennis had already left the Gulf waters last week en route to the Afghan war theater and is now somewhere in between Oman and Pakistan. I advise, recommend, and warn them, the Americans, over the return of this carrier to the Persian Gulf because we are not in the habit of warning more than once. Iranian Army Chief Ayatollah Salani, dude, I swear to God, you give me the worst names, reportedly stated, the reason for Iran's latest bellicose outburst is that the Obama administration is implementing a strict set of sanctions that could seriously damage, even topple the Iranian government. The latest punitive measures are being imposed because Iran is still refusing, despite worldwide condemnation, to give up its nuclear weapons program. The fact Iran has to be a year away from developing its first nuclear weapon accounts for the sanctions' severity. The International Atomic Weapons, wait a second, where am I at? Developing its nuclear weapon. The International Atomic Energy Commission also reported recently that Iranian scientists are working to design a nuclear warhead. So they're already planning on this, and what we need to do is to cordon off the entire freaking country, not just say we're not going to give you, you're not going to get food, or you're not going to get money, or you're not going to get whatever, and it still comes rolling in from Pakistan or wherever. Put a big border around the country and say nothing gets through. Draw the line in the sand, and the old Gaddafi thing. This is the line of death. You cross it, you die.
One of the problems is glee and football and everything else. You described that well, and being that this is an election year, I like to. People that get it on the stage, I'm going to give them credit. Santorum explained that to Huntsman very well in the debate. Before we can do anything about Iran, we have to educate the American people concerning what the threat is. And the threat is not terrorism. The threat is radical Islamism. And they believe in the 12th Imam in Iran, which requires them to set the world on fire so this Imam can come back. Ahmadinejad was banned by Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, the predecessor to Khamenei, who's in there now, who's more radical than Khomeini was. So until you understand that, you won't understand. I mean, I'm quite sure that there's a lot of Americans going, they got one missile over there. We got Obama just reduced them 30%, by the way. But we have all these ICBMs with multiple nuclear warheads on them. They don't care.
Nope.
Why would you think a person that would strap on an explosive vest, walk into a restaurant, and detonate it so he could kill 30 people and himself very violently, if he got the bomb, why wouldn't he use it if he's already going to do that?
Exactly.
It's common sense, man. It's nuts.
Yeah, and the thing is, we can't bomb them back to the Stone Ages because that's where they are.
Exactly, and they don't care.
No.
They don't care. The ones that believe in the 12th Imam don't care. It's all about the martyrdom, baby. That's what it's about. And it's just until we, Santorum said, until we understand that and educate the American people about that, the rest of this stuff doesn't matter, man. I mean, they're going to get a bomb and they're going to use it, and then what? You know, what are we going to do then? It's frightening. It really is. But one of the things that's interesting about that whole Iranian Navy thing and them warning us not to come out there and this, that, and the other thing, there was a radio distress call by an Iranian fishing trawler. And apparently they had been boarded and kidnapped by Somali pirates, you know, and they put this call out, and the Navy sent some fast boats over there, and they boarded the fishing trawler and arrested all the pirates and set the Iranians free. There's pictures on websites of the Iranians hugging the sailors. They're wearing their USS, whatever the hell ship it was, hats. You know, so I thought that was pretty interesting. You know, it kind of went back on there.
Yeah.
There's good and there's evil, and that's all there is to it.
Yeah, we're so bad that, you know, we didn't allow the Somali pirates to execute them.
Well, I'll tell you
we
what.
went in and took over. And
I saw a video on a website that's going to be talked about here down the show. But when the Russians, you see, the piracy's been going on for a long time, and all throughout time, when good people dealt with pirates, they killed them right there. There wasn't any trials or anything like that. Well, these freaking Russians boarded this pirate ship, and there was AKs on this thing, and there was grenades and ammunition and everything else. They handcuffed these son of a bitches to the side of the boat, and they went back to their boat, and they remotely blew that thing up and sank it with them on it.
Yeah, the Russians don't play games.
No games at all, man. And they know how to swear in English because it was on the video.
The very First Amendment in the Constitution of the United States of America gives us the freedom to express our opinions and ideas in many ways. Speech can be weak, speech can be strong. Speech can be words, speech can be song. Speech can breed love, speech can breed hate. Speech can be poor, speech can be great. There are so many things that speech can be, but above all else, speech must be free. This message is brought to you by the NAB Education Foundation, the Broadcast Education Association, McCormick Foundation, and this station.
Political leaders are praising Occupy Wall Street.
American people are now occupying Wall Street. Do you support them?
Well, I support the message.
I think it expresses the frustrations that the American people feel.
I'm with them emotionally, viscerally, in my bones. I know they're right.
What is happening at the Occupy Wall Street protest?
Jews control Wall Street!
You're a bum, Jew.
The small ethnic Jewish population in this country, they have a firm grip on America's media, finances.
You got the money. That's why you're fighting the Jewish man. You can't even speak English. Are you Israeli? Go back to Israel.
Why are our leaders turning a blind eye to anti-Semitic, anti-Israel attacks? Tell President Obama and Leader Pelosi to stand up to the mob. Hate is not an American value.
When a call for a medic went out, Alan left a covered position to render aid. That was when he was hit.
The bullet struck him on the right side between his body armor.
Say a prayer for peace.
Alan was one of the first wounded warriors to come out of Iraq in 2003. I'm Trace Adkins, and I want to tell you about Wounded Warrior Project and how they helped this brave young man and his family. The job of helping wounded warriors rebuild their lives is massive and growing every day. Your gift of just $19 a month will help wounded warriors like Alan who refuse to give up.
I'm in the fields of Vietnam, the mountains of Afghanistan.
All I can really say is thank you for giving me something to achieve.
Say a prayer for peace.
This podcast is proud to be a part of the Blueberry Network. Find freshly picked podcasts just for you at blueberry.com. That's blueberry, no ease.com.
Something that really disturbs me, Ward, is what's been going on. This kind of hits home pretty close. We have to save money so we can pay for all these welfare programs and stimulus programs and things like that. So what we did is we dumped the two-war strategy. In dumping the Pentagon's two-war strategy, Obama's war plans pin hopes on peace. Obama is reversing a doctrine adopted by Republican and Democrat presidents, including himself. We've had this for like 70 years. His 2010 Quadrennial Defense Review, a congressionally mandated document that lists the armed forces' major missions and required forces, stated that the U.S. is maintaining the ability to prevail against two capable nation-state aggressors in overlapping timeframes. And that's commonly known as being able to fight two conventional wars simultaneously. And my whole career, we've had that doctrine. But Obama's revised strategy, on which he put his personal imprint by announcing it at the Pentagon on Thursday, discards talk of prevailing in two wars. In fact, it says that upcoming cuts in Army and Marine Corps land forces will mean the standing Army will be able to fight only one small war for a limited time. The Pentagon would have to mobilize reserves for a protracted conflict such as the one in Afghanistan. Forces will no longer be sized to conduct large-scale, prolonged stability operations, the blueprint says. If engaged in a long conflict, the military can deny or impose unacceptable costs on a second aggressor, but the new strategy does not use the words defeat or prevail. So that's a little disturbing to me. Impeachably disturbing, I might add. It's just not something that goes along with our values, I don't think, Ward. I mean,
no, I totally agree with you, Hutch. There's something inherently wrong with this guy, and I really hope that somebody actually starts digging. I had read a report, and I sent it to you, that there's actually going to be a Supreme Court hearing on Obama's actual statehood.
His
naturalization status.
Natural-born citizenship. Yeah, there
Correct.
It is.
Because there's too many things, and, because he sealed up his records and he's paying a whole lot of money so that we can't see them. But there's actually, the Supreme Court's going to listen to a case where, when at the time when he said he went to Pakistan, we didn't have, you couldn't get a U.S. passport to go to Pakistan. Excuse me. And when he said he went, and he admitted to going at that time, the only way he could have done it was with a British passport, which he would have been afforded as if he was in Kenya, or if he was a citizen of Indonesia. So in either case, there's no record of him applying for a U.S. passport. There's no record for him applying for citizenship back to the United States. So if it was he was claiming Indonesian citizenship, there's no, he never reclaimed American citizenship. He never applied for American citizenship. Therefore, he's not natural. He hasn't been naturalized.
It goes further than that. I mean, and I wish I would have remembered it. That was a couple weeks ago, and I forgot about it, to be honest. But it went even further. He received some type of scholarship that would only be issued to somebody that was a foreigner, that wasn't a citizen of the United States. And he was granted that scholarship, and all those records are sealed. But I think these people, these education people, are the ones bringing the lawsuit. Am I right?
Yes.
I mean, so it's going to be heard like in next week or something like that. I mean, it's real.
It's real, and
it's not in the news.
And of course, it's not in the news. But the thing is, if it makes the news, right at election time, that'll be something good.
Yeah, there's a lot that's not in the news. It's I don't see how. I swear, I think I say this every single week, but I don't see how the media survives. I don't, man. I mean, I'll tell you what. There was some good stuff happen. The show on the Learning Channel, the fake show, All American Muslim. There was an outcry about that because it was totally lying about Islam. It was totally just. I mean, there was a couple little areas where they were telling the truth, but it was all propaganda. They were getting on. You hear the mainstream media getting all over. I'm sorry I got to do this, Ward, but it's part of the story. Getting all over Tebow for his religion But then they showed this Muslim football team, and they were glorifying how they were praying at halftime and, had their asses up in the air and the whole 9 yards. And it's just such bullshit. But the point is there was an effort was raised by the Florida Family Association. God bless you guys. And they put out the email addresses of all the advertisers. And they lost 95% of their advertisements. Lowe's was the biggest one. Lowe's pulled their ad, and they were under assault from Keith Ellison, the freaking jihadist in Congress. And they held their ground, man. The owner's Jewish guy. And he was like, pound sand, man, we're done. We're not going to be on that show. I didn't even know we were. So there's hope out there now.
Yeah, well, I mean, we talked about this a little bit on the last show, and I'm a big proponent of, hey, now Lowe's did the right thing. They stood up to these people. Now you do the right thing, and you go and you support Lowe's. Go,
We talked about it. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, if you need to, pick up a bucket of glue or something, go to Lowe's. Support them. Show them that you back what they did. There's no national campaign for it or whatever. They just bowed out and said, we're not going to support this. We're not going to back it. We don't believe in it. And, we had congressmen who were coming out telling them that they had to support them. And they said,
it was sickening.
We're not going to do that. So the bottom line is, if you need, if you need a handful of nails, go to Lowe's and pick them up. Give them your dollars. Don't give it to the people who cave in and basically support these terrorists.
I'll tell you what was sickening was when Representative King out of New York was holding his Islamic radical hearings, and there was congressmen and women comparing it to Christianity, and it was just despicable, man. I think I'd like to see them follow the money to the extent till I could see who's getting this money from these people and show them what prostitutes they are, that they would set their own country up for failure for a couple dollars. I mean, it's sickening.
Well, and then you look at because the people in power actually have no idea of what's going on. You have Joe Biden who came out and said, Al Qaeda's not our enemy. Al Qaeda's they're nothing. Al Qaeda's okay.
Even worse, and this is what I believe. I believe they do know what's going on, and they're in collusion with it. Not all of them, but a lot of them know. They can't be there and be stupid. There's no way.
Well, he came out and said the Taliban's not our enemy.
No, I know. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying inside he knows the deal, and he's just saying that for his own means. Now, there is a representative from Georgia that thought that Guam was going to capsize. He's stupid.
I don't know how many square miles that is. Do you happen to know?
I don't have that figure with me, sir. I can certainly supply it to you if you'd like.
Yeah, my fear is that the whole island will become so overly populated that it will tip over and capsize.
We don't anticipate that. The Guam population, I think, currently about 175,000, and again, with 8,000 Marines and their families, it's an addition of about 25,000 more into the population.
That guy's stupid. I don't know if you remember him, but he's my man. I mean, that was classic. That was just. I know there was people in Georgia going, "Damn."
I voted for him.
Yeah. Incidentally, ladies and gentlemen, one of the sources of news that I use to educate myself, I will tell you that even during my tour in Iraq, I was not totally wise to the plans and the background and the history of radical Islam and what that means to me, a Christian American. But I learned a lot, and you've been provided a lot of content from the website Bare Naked Islam. And I've said before, don't go there if you're weak in the stomach, but they tell the truth with comedy, but it's and with prejudice too. I mean, this is not a moderate site. This is a straight up Islam is what Islam is, and we're going to call it that, and we're going to show you pictures, and we're going to show you tape. We're going to show you them in their own words. We're going to tell you what they're doing to white English girls in England, and it's just barbaric. But CARE found them and started harassing WordPress, and WordPress took them down. WordPress shuts down controversial anti-Islam site, an anti-Islam blog that failed to remove inflammatory comments. It wasn't even for the stories. From a few of its readers will be permanently taken down by its hosting company, WordPress, on January 6th as the result of a number of complaints filed by the Council on American Islamic Relations, CARE. The site Bare Naked Islam, it isn't Islamophobia when they really are trying to kill you. www.barenakedislam.com will be taken down in 2 weeks by the WordPress, according to the website's owner, Bonnie, name withheld. Bonnie, in an exclusive interview, told Big Government that WordPress suddenly blocked her site around Thanksgiving and sent her a message to contact them because the company had some questions about comments that had been left on her site. There were some not-so-nice comments in responses to stories about Muslims killing people and raping little girls, she said. The comments, she said, are always a reaction to the stories that are posted. Although I do moderate the comments, I sometimes skim through the ones from people I know, and I mistakenly let some go through that were threatening. One was about burning a mosque. One said nuke the Middle East. Bonnie says that one of the concerns WordPress had was a comment in which someone mentioned a specific mosque in Virginia, and another reader responded that they walked by that mosque every day. According to WordPress, the language of the post could have been inciting violence or suggesting an attack on a particular place at a specific time. She added, they didn't say anything about my writing. It was all about the commenters. Bonnie said that she even permitted WordPress to contact them, and I did. And all they said was, you're blocked for violating terms of service, and they didn't say what it was. They said there were no inquiries and no appeals, but that I'd have 14 days to export my blog to another site. Then I saw the press release from CARE saying they went after my site. CARE Communications Director Ibrahim Hooper defended the organization's decision to monitor the site and said that it had also contacted the FBI about the site on prior occasions. The FBI reportedly told CARE that they would look into the matter. Hooper, there are thousands of anti-Muslim hate sites, and we don't say anything about them because if people say they hate Islam and they want it destroyed, they have that right. But if someone says, I go by this specific mosque every day and I want to burn it down, or here's how you desecrate a mosque, and I encourage you to do this, that's a little beyond the pale. From Hooper's perspective, the incitement comments were not limited to the commenters. She would delete the word presumably shoot or kill and put asterisks in their place as if that made a difference. These guys are pussies. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just they're all about shutting down free speech. That's all it is.
Well, yeah, I mean, and that's one of the reasons that this administration wants all these different internet laws passed so that they can control the internet and they can control what you see and what you hear and what you think and what you see. And as soon as they can do that, they can start blasting you with, their propaganda, how, Islam is great and everybody, and I'm not going to say all people that are Islamic are bad. I'm going to say that the radical Islamists are assholes.
Only the ones that are practicing.
Yeah.
The other, if you're practicing and you believe in these three books and you believe all this, then, I mean, it is what it is, man.
Yeah. But, yeah, but my point is, that you got this, they figured us out, all right? They know how we play the game. And they're going to go after us. They're not going to do any frontal attacks. They're going to go and they're going to attack through courts. And they're going to use the courts.
Our Constitution.
And they're going to use our Constitution against us and use it to squash free speech.
Use our welfare program to bankrupt us and have as many babies as they possibly can with as many different wives. And,
yeah,
I mean, it's documented. It's in the plans. It just is. And they're using the mosques to plan this stuff. And until we get leadership that can stand up there with Alan West and Pete King and stand up there and freaking deal with this. I mean, I've said it before. I don't see how how we cohabitate with this. I don't see how we do it. I mean, if you look in any country, we've documented it completely on this program. There's two different ways, and I don't have the terminology in front of me, but Muhammad put out there's two different ways. If you're in the minority, you got this stealth jihad, and once we're in the majority, then we start cutting people's heads off. And it happens all over the world. All you got to do is look.
Yep.
I mean, there's links on our website that you can go. Incidentally, barenakedislam.com is coming back up under that same www.barenakedislam.com. If that's not correct, I'll post that. And I also got to say, I didn't post the show notes. It's been a hectic couple weeks. We couldn't even do the show yesterday because of things that were going on. So we'll get that as soon as we can. But yeah, this.
And I
this,
just checked. Bare Naked Islam is down.
Did it go down?
Yeah, it's down right now.
It was up earlier, but oh well, it happens. I mean, it'll be back up, guaranteed. That's a quality site right there. I mean, it just is. It's not somebody writing their opinion. You can watch it.
Yeah.
You know, it
They're
shows.
backing it up.
Yeah, there's no question. I mean, and you look at the situation that we're in this government, because we're almost out of stories, so I got to make this long. The State Department, if you recall back when Anthony was showing his wiener.
Yeah.
Well, his wife is a very prominent Muslim. Her mother is head of the Muslim Sisterhood. Now, if you've been listening to the program, because it's not on the news a whole lot, but the Muslim Brotherhood has just taken a huge majority of the government of Egypt. The Muslim Brotherhood, that the National Security Advisor said is just a peaceful group.
Yeah.
You know, and in the top, she's welded at the hip, and that's a big hip to Hillary Clinton. You know,
Yeah.
so she knows everything that's going on. She knows. And I mean, that to me,
How does she
that
get a
means her
security
mother
clearance?
knows too. I don't
How
know.
does she get a security clearance?
Did you notice? Think back to the Clinton administration. Remember the security clearance situation there? I got a book in the other room by a Secret Service or FBI, one of the two, I can't remember, that retired like 2 years into the Clinton administration out of disgust. They all were running around with no clearances. They didn't pass any of the clearances at the beginning the way they were supposed to. So people were in there just doing whatever. And I think it's the same way here.
That's what it sounds like.
The chief of staff just left today too, Daley. He went back to Chicago.
What I don't understand is, you know, I know that when I had to get my security clearance, that they checked in my background. They went back and talked to people I knew growing up and you know, et cetera, et cetera. And, you know, how could they do that? You know, Obama refuses to release any college records. He refuses to release any of his friends, the names of any of his friends or anybody or any of his acquaintances. How did they do a security clearance check on him?
I don't know. I mean, the only thing I can say is at the end of the day, if anything bad comes on this country, I mean, like really bad to make people wake up, you got to go back to the newsrooms.
Yep.
You got to go to the executives of these news corporations and you got to put them in prison, man. I mean, I'm serious. It's just off the hook how they're complicit with anything that goes wrong. They are 100% complicit. They allowed it to happen, and therefore, I mean, because they're the ones that should be saying what we're saying.
Exactly.
We don't even have any training.
No,
You know?
and if they'd do their jobs, we wouldn't have to do ours.
You know, and it's just it's a sad time. I mean, there's so many things I don't understand about conservatives. Now, granted, there's Fox News, but Fox News has Muslim money behind it too. I mean, they've got large shareholders, princes of Saudi Arabia. You ever notice that they don't go real deep? They'll scratch the surface, but they won't go real deep.
Yeah.
You know, and that disturbs me. And I mean, I think that's why Glenn Beck had to get off of Fox News, because he's going deep. And he did.
Yeah, but then he went batshit crazy, as far as I'm concerned.
He did, but on politics, but on the enlightening people about what the caliphate was and what the Muslim Brotherhood.
Oh, yeah. I totally agree with that.
Priceless, man. I mean, the dude hates Newt Gingrich, so I never saw anything like that. I can't understand the vitriol against that guy. I mean, by him and by his whole crew, and by Savage and just people that I normally respect. I couldn't understand that. I mean, they're sitting there. I told you, Beck said that he was going to go for Paul. Now, in his favor, too, he's backing Santorum now. But not completely. I didn't hear the interview. It's hard for me to pay attention sometimes, Ward.
Yeah, I can understand.
Now, the Occupy Wall Street founder, the lady with all the intellectual prowess that was behind Occupy Wall Street, has a little problem, doesn't she?
Yeah, just a little bit. I thought Elizabeth Warren was all about transparency. We're still waiting for her to file the required financial disclosure forms. The Oklahoma professor has been criticizing Scott Brown for Wall Street's favorite senator. She also denounced Wall Street cash in politics. But it turns out she may be indirectly accepting money from Wall Street. The Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee, which is helping the Harvard professor take over $40 million from Wall Street during the last 7 years, according to records from OpenSecrets.org. In fact, Wall Street is one of the biggest contributors to them. They beat lawyers and labor union. Just during this last election season, the DSCC has already received $1.5 million from Wall Street. If Lizzie Warden is so opposed to Wall Street money, then she shouldn't be receiving, then shouldn't she be rejecting the DSCC's money? Otherwise, she is just using the DSCC to funnel in Wall Street money.
Isn't that great when that happens? I mean, I'll tell you that.
It's like Obama. Obama's the Wall Street's bad. They're terrible. They're trying to turn a profit and make a buck, you know. And he's bad mouthing them in public. But then he goes back and says, "Hey, kick money to my campaign."
Oh, it's
and
funny.
He's taken more money from Wall Street than any president in history.
This is the lady that said that the factory owner didn't make that money on his own. He ran his goods over roads that we built, that you and I built, and we paid for the police that kept the mobs at bay outside of his factory. She's a whack job, man.
Yeah.
And I mean, Scott Brown isn't that good either. But this one here, this lady here, she got a position, didn't she? Wasn't she involved in one of the czar type?
I'm sure she positions? Is. I'm sure she is. Because just listening to the stuff that she does makes her criminal enough to be in the Obama administration.
I mean, you could line these people up, and it's like a rogues gallery. Just the different people, the Pluffs, and there's just so many of them. Van Jones, I haven't heard from him for a while. Somebody needs to go see what he's doing. He's doing something.
Yeah, he's doing something shady. That's for damn sure.
I need to put the ankle bracelet on that son of a bitch. I want to know where he is. You know, I don't like it when I can't see him, don't know where he is. That guy's shady, man. There's a bunch of them like that.
Yep.
That one guy that was talking about Mao knew what was going on. The power came from the end of a gun. Yeah, there was a bunch of them out there. I don't know. It's I see at the end of this though. I just, if we don't win, think of the consequences of that. I mean, if we don't win, it's about like damn near moving to Canada.
Yeah.
You know, it's
yeah. If
I think if he does win again, then what we need to do, and I shouldn't even be talking this blasphemous stuff yet, but if he would happen to win, we need to push him to get impeached because he's done enough already.
Yeah.
I mean, just appointing that recess commerce guy, and it's not even in a recess. I mean, what? You know, the whole thing, the whole anti-constitutional thing. I mean, there's numerous cases you could make.
Well, here's the thing. He was a constitutional lawyer. He should know.
He was a professor. He taught it for 10 years at Harvard.
Well, supposedly.
Yeah, well.
We can't prove any of that either.
I'd like to see the educational records of some of the things that he's written. And these guys, they kind of were quiet now because there was a little bit of backlash, but they were saying they wanted to see Romney's tax returns. And everybody started saying, what, you? Start showing us your medical records. You know, let me see your limousine receipts with Sinclair, you know.
Yeah.
I wonder what's up with that story. I wonder if there's anything to that. That's a believable guy, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to kind of go down that road. If it's wrong, then your whole credibility's ate up. You know, that's one of those kind of stories. But, damn, it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of love between Michelle and him.
Not even a little bit.
You know, they go to these separate vacations, and the kids don't even look like him. And no, I shouldn't say that. I take that part back. I'm not going down the Sergeant Schultz road. That wasn't right. Well, I'll tell you, the meanness comes out during these campaigns, though.
I thought you meant from you.
You should hear me offline.
I do.
No, I lost my train of thought. Rick Santorum had a baby boy. His wife had a baby boy that only lived for 2 hours. And I didn't know this until a couple days ago. But his wife is a neonatal critical care nurse. So she deals with this on a regular basis. She's seen it before. It happened to her, but she had seen it during her professional career and how people handled it. And being very strongly Catholic and very reverent of life, they, as a family, decided to take this young man home, introduce it to its brothers and sisters before they buried it. So it would be not just a piece of paper. It would actually be, this is your little brother, and we're going to send him to heaven now. You know, and I didn't find that weird or anything like that. But, oh, man, I'm not saying I'd necessarily do it.
Yeah, but what pissed me off was Alan Combs come out and mocked him, publicly mocked him for his religious beliefs, and nobody called him out on it. That pissed me off worse than anything that you could possibly do.
It was sickening. It was.
The guy lost his child and was trying to help his family cope with the fact, his children cope with the fact that they just lost their young brother. And Alan Combs has the audacity to get on, and I encourage everybody to look it up. It's on YouTube. See what he said, and his smug little pompous ass. Had he said that to me, to my face, about Santorum's kid, I would have knocked him on his ass.
And that EJ Dion, or there was another one too that said it was really weird. A black guy, I can't remember his name, a real liberal commentator that's on some of the panel shows. But he said, oh, it's so weird and weird. He used the word weird like 16 times. And it's just like, you people, you know, for one thing, you would have never said that had it been Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton.
No.
You know, you're strictly, purely political. And when you get that way, you're a freaking scum of the earth. And you're the reason why this country's torn apart so bad. It's not the right. It's you evil people.
Yep.
You know, I mean, and it just gets old. It gets tired to have to deal with all the time. But on the other hand, I think it's getting old to the point where I don't see how you possibly use the race card and it works anymore.
Yeah, they've used it to the point where it's a cliche now.
And especially if you're out here living in this world and you've ever been, I mean, I've been discriminated against numerous times.
Yeah.
I don't call it out there all the time, but don't tell me that all my people are all racist and I'm the one that just got knocked over the head. You know what I mean? I mean.
Yep. That's what we said from the beginning. We're going to call a pig. I don't consider myself.
I don't want to go down that road, though. I mean,
I don't consider myself a racist at all. No. And my opinions of Obama would be the same if he was a white guy. I really don't care, or he was a brown guy, or a pink guy, or a green guy.
He's a communist.
Yeah,
he's red. Yeah, he's red to me. He's a pinko.
I have serious problems with the way, with his politics. I have nothing to do with his race. I don't care what color he is. I care that he's trying to bankrupt this country, and he's got a whole bunch of white people behind him
exactly
doing the same damn thing
that I hate than him. You know, there's way more of them that are doing more damage than him as a person is doing at all. But he brought him here.
Yep.
He owns them, and that wasn't about slavery.
Exactly.
You know.
Well, it's been a great show, Hutch. We got to start wrapping up.
We do. Email the show, steelcityresistance@gmail.com. Call the Steel City Resistance comment line at 412-254-3750. But Chris, if you call the other one, I'll get it on here. I just was a little slow to pick that up. Where can we go to find the show on the web, Ward?
You can go to steelcityresistance.blogspot.com. We got tons of stuff. We have the shows posted. We have, stuff that we find that we think is interesting. That, some of it's humorous, some of it's just scary. We have links to places that we find a lot of our news. So go there, check it out, hit it up, post stuff in the comments. We check all that stuff.
Yep, and glad to be back, and we'll hopefully be with you next week, Sunday at 7 o'clock. We'll post a stream that nobody listens to, and no, they're listening. They're just not in the chat room, I guess. But check it out. I don't know how it's going to work out, but go to Blip TV, and you'll be able. Well, actually, there's a button right on the website, SCR TV. We did a little bit of a different operation on the video. We're going to see how that works out. And Ward, if you don't have anything else, I'll see you next week, brother.
And I'll talk to you then, my man.
You are on Whbj Digital Talk.
Technology Truths, brought to you by Geico.
Technology Truths.
Truth, you think you can solve any problem by turning your computer off and on.
Hey man, is something wrong with your laptop? Nah, just need to turn it off and on. It's no problem. It's smoking. Yeah, that just means it needs to reboot.
Truth, it's so easy to switch and save on car insurance at geico.com.
And now it's on fire. Happens all the time. It's all good.
Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
It has been long overdue to expose the truth that the Democrats and Republicans are sucking the life out of America's liberty and usurping our rights at every turn. Now is the time to take back our individual rights. Here on the Black Patriot Show, we will expose it all. With his musket on his back, the Declaration of Independence in one hand and the Constitution in the other, your host, Roderick Threets.
Hey, y'all. Welcome back one more again. It's been a minute. It's been a hot minute for a lot of us. But we're not going to waste your time in talking about rubbish at here at the beginning. And I have my sidekick on, Miss Kel. How you doing today, ma'am?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantabulous too. There ain't no doubt about it. But there's a lot to be pissed off about today.
Oh yeah. And just look. There's a lot.
look him.
And we say that with every show, but damn it, there it is.
Look him. I'm gonna start off right now talking about these damn Republicans, man.
Mm-hmm.
These damn Republicans. These damn Republicans, man, proposing a damn amendment to not burn the frickin' flag. Are you kidding me right now?
Yeah, I know. Have they not read and understood the Constitution? I mean, seriously, come on. It's part of free speech to be able to protest your government. Burning the flag is a method of protest. Do I agree with it? Absolutely not. However, it is someone else's right to do so.
Yes, it is. 100%. And for them to sit here and throw something out there like that, something that outlandish.
Yeah.
Right? And then President Trump turns around, oh, yeah, I back that. What? So now you have this, you have the 99% of the MAGA movement talking about, yeah, they shouldn't burn the flag because it stands for freedom and respect. Look here, SOB, and I'm going to call it here right where it is. Right? People, this is that favorite line from that guy on TV said about Kanye. Some people don't read books. Some people don't read the goddamn Constitution. Some people don't read court cases. Stromberg versus California. Johnson versus Texas. Symbolic speech is free speech, period. It might be hateful speech, right? It might be hateful speech, but nonetheless, it is speech. And these people don't understand the road that the president you're going to set. People are already talking about, oh, there's no hate speech, but you want to ban people from burning the damn flag. So what slippery slope is that going to start? Oh, well, there's hate speech now. You brought up an amendment to say this is hate speech. So now we can regulate every last damn word you say with an amendment or statute because the constitutional amendment set the precedent. Are you kidding me?
And that's exactly where it's going. People don't understand. You regulate something like this. You put an amendment in that says you can't burn it. Okay, what can't you do next? How soon is it before they say, oh, well, you can't say that about someone, or you can't do this, or you can't do that? Because it goes against, oh, well, it's hate speech, or it's a hate crime. It doesn't work like that.
Sure enough, doesn't.
If you're offended by my speech, that's your prerogative to be offended.
Exactly.
That's what it means to live in a free country.
Right, and you being upset over what someone else is saying is doing is no volition of mine to curb what the hell I have to say about anything.
No.
And it's every right for you to be offended, but your angriness does not trump my right to speak. And I say this again and again and again. I dare you to tell me it does. I will slap the literal taste out of your mouth sitting there. Now you'll have a reason. You will have a damn reason to be mad about something. And then after that, I'm going to tell you, you can kiss my ass or get glad. That's where it's at. I hate to be completely colorful, but this is no time to be colorful right now. When it's coming down to basically people trying to regulate what the hell you can say or do, no. F that. F that.
Yep. The thing that worries me, okay, look, you pull the flag out of my front yard and burn it, I'm going to have at you. There are no two ways about it. I will stop you.
Oh, that's your ass.
Exactly. But if you buy the flag and you burn it, that's your option. Will I try and stop you? Sure. But you have the right to do it. And the government cannot step in to squash speech like this.
No,
period.
They have no right to.
They have no, and that's, I think that's where we're cutting the fine line there. The Constitution doesn't give the government rights. It gives the rights, it outlines the rights that the people inherently have.
And the government is supposed to protect it.
Exactly. Unfortunately, we're not seeing that anymore.
No, and here's the problem with the federal delegation as a whole, right? The federal delegation thinks they have this high horse to stand on. But remember, it's the 50 states that create the federal delegation. What if all the Republican states decided we're not going to send a House rep or a senator? What the hell is going to happen then?
Exactly.
Because it's the state's right not to send somebody. It is their explicit right.
Yep.
And if a state in protest of the federal delegation, they can pull their House reps and they can pull their senators.
Yes, they can. And where exactly is that going to leave our government? I'm going to say it in all caps, screwed.
Yeah, a little bit more than screwed, if you ask me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, like I said, I'm being polite tonight, so... But no, I mean, seriously, what would happen if they actually did take that prerogative and not send representation? You would have states like California and Illinois and New York and that sending their reps, and they'd have nothing to do. Parliamentary rule, baby, you got to have a quorum.
That's right.
And if you don't have the 50 states represented, guess what? You don't have a quorum.
That's right. Federal government will officially be shut down. You want to talk about government shutdown? That's it. The Fed is done because we don't need the federal delegation to do a damn thing for us. That's the problem. It's a luxury to have the federal government to protect because we got 50 states and 36,000 municipalities that work well independently on their own.
Yep. And the only thing the federal government is doing at this point is handing them unfunded liabilities.
Yeah, and look at what they're doing with Medicare. Oh, Medicare's gotten out of the hand, so we're going to allow states to do Medicaid expansion. Why? And everybody doesn't catch the trip on that. Like, really, you want Medicaid expansion and all this crap, but you let the federal government get it out of hand, so when they hand it to the states, it's already a shithole.
Yeah.
We're throwing money into a bottomless pit. Look, we're throwing the money right into hell. Into the lake of fire. It's burning up before it even get there.
Yeah.
And then what?
I mean, it goes about, a third of the way down, and it's gone. It's toast. You know?
But I don't get these so-called fancy pants, sidewalk sissy conservatives out here that want to stop people from burning the damn flag. I am sorry. I just don't get it.
I don't know that they actually understand that is the first step toward regulating speech.
They don't see,
and thus regulating the rest of the Constitution under the same rule.
Exactly. If the First and Second Amendment go down, the country goes down. Period. Because the rest of the Constitution ain't about nothing.
Well, I mean, you look at it. A lot of the same ones that have no issue with saying, oh, well, you can't burn the flag, are the same ones that have no issue with, oh, well, yeah, universal background checks and red flag laws and banning assault, I hate the term assault rifles, but banning assault rifles is okay because who the hell uses that? And it's okay to background check everybody. Well, you do understand that universal background checks don't do anything other than what we're already doing, right?
Right, that's exactly correct.
The only thing it does is it catches people who, like my son, if Brian and I kick the bucket for some reason, he would inherit a lot. He would inherit quite a few firearms, okay, and equipment. He would have to go through a background check to actually inherit those firearms.
Yeah.
And he would have to pay for each one.
Yes, he
That's
would.
the only thing it really does.
That's the only thing
because most of us, well, you figure most of us, if we are normal firearms owners and we sell a gun to a friend, what do most of us do? We go up to a damn dealer and we say, okay, I know him, but I don't know him that well. So he fills out a 4473. You pay the dealer $30, they do the the background check, and it's done.
Right.
I mean, I've done it. I don't know about anybody else. If it's a really close friend and you've known him for years, that's not an issue because you know whether or not he's murdered somebody.
Right. Exactly. Unless he's one of those undercovers, right?
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, like that happens that often. Come on.
I'm literally tired, and I'm calling out a whole mass of people right now. And I don't care the backlash I get for this.
Yeah.
Right.
At this point, no.
These Trump conservatives out here, you want to talk about, you want to run, you want to tote your gun and all this stuff, but you want to regulate speech. Mm-hmm. How hypocritical are you to the Constitution to act like that? So what's going to be next,
exactly.
right? I mean, they don't they're not understanding, right? You take away freedom of speech, that kills all civil discourse. Second of all, you start playing with the Fifth Amendment because now, right, you start playing with the Fifth Amendment. They can tell you what to say and how to say it. They already coerce you now as it is to do it. But now there's you can't, technically speaking, you can't turn around and say, well, I plead the Fifth. No, we're going to strike that out. You can't plead the Fifth. You got to speak up.
And that was what I was going to say. Yeah, it completely removes your ability not to incriminate yourself. You wouldn't have a choice. The Fifth Amendment would be completely gone.
Yeah.
And it's flooring to me, absolutely flabbergasting, actually. Why on earth would you allow someone to curtail your right to protest against your government? Even if you don't agree with the method, why would you allow someone to curtail it?
See, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, right? People have put stock into an object. Right, per se. Now, don't get me wrong. Yeah. Putting your stock in an object like the Constitution, for example, great. Yeah. You should put your stock in it because that's that's our living. That's how we live. That's like our Bible.
It's a living document.
Right.
Yeah.
That's our living Bible, right, per se. Now, to put your stock into a piece of skycloth and say that, granted, the flag is the epitome of freedom and liberty, but it's the symbol of it. Just like you put
the representation. Yeah. It's the representation, not the actual freedom itself.
Exactly, because our soldiers fought for our freedom and our rights, not for a flag. And they're conflating the two issues on this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just outright baffling.
Yeah. Because Trump said it. And look,
it's got to be gospel.
I'm not hating on Trump. It just, there are some things that he says that are out of hand that, you know what? Yeah, they don't make any damn sense. And this was one of them. So I don't know. I get to the point where it's and we've gone over this before. It's not we as in you and me, but this is a subject that has been gone over with a fine-tooth comb for decades.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you look at it back in the 60s when they were burning the flag during the Vietnam era.
Right.
Okay. There were a lot of people then who wanted to ban it. Well, you can't do that. It is protest speech. It is symbolic speech. And if you don't have symbolic speech, guess what? You don't have churches either.
No, you sure don't. You sure don't. And that's really...
You don't have protest at all.
And really, in the end game, now you brought the religion aspect into it, right? They already demonized, and I'm going to take Christians, for example here. Christians in America are already demonized, right?
Oh, yeah.
And they already say that most Christians, the Christian faith is a hateful faith, which it can lead to hateful speech, right? And then you're going to go down this road.
Yeah. Yeah.
This the problem.
And that, you know, that's a huge problem. I mean, because look, I have run across some Christians lately that have been hateful, but it's not particular to any religion. It's people that are hateful.
Agreed. That's exactly right. They just claim to be Christian. They claim to hide under the banner of Christian, and that's when people conflate the two issues altogether. I mean, it's the same thing they say about atheists. All atheists are hateful. No, they're fucking not.
No,
all pagans are hateful because they believe in witchcraft. No, they're fucking not. No, stop. If the individual person, right, we're going against what Martin Luther King said, right, where he said he would, you know what I mean, to judge people by the content of their character, not by the color of their damn skin. These Trump conservatives are falling right into that trap and don't even know it.
Yeah,
they're falling hook, line, and freaking sinker.
And it's not all. I mean, come on. It's a very large group of people who are Trump supporters, and I'm not bashing on them at all.
No,
what I'm saying
exactly.
Is
no, not at all.
We need to stop looking at America as a monolith. We're not. We are united in our love of country, okay? In our love of freedom. And what the Constitution stands for, which is our freedom. If we don't have that uniting factor, that's a major problem because we no longer have a country.
No, not at all.
Part of that freedom is being able to protest. Part of that freedom is being able to worship as you wish. Part of that freedom is being able to say what you want to say.
Exactly.
And be able to say it to your government.
Right. And what's interesting, too, right, and I'm looking right here in the chat, and Rico brought up the whole Islam thing, right, and you don't see anyone burning an Islamic flag in our streets in protest of the Islamic religion, but yet people want to turn around and stop Americans from burning the flag.
Yeah. Well,
really?
I don't see a whole lot of Mexican flags or flags from Honduras or Guatemala being burned either.
Hello?
You know, so let's stop with the whole burning flag thing. If you want to burn in protest, go for it. Just don't take my flag off my lawn because you're going to end up hurt. Sorry,
that's what I'm saying. So it kind of makes you think a little bit, right? Are these people soft under these people that are against the burning of the American flag? Are they soft undercover that they love something other, but they're not trying to set a precedent as in burning a flag because then someone else will have a complaint about burning, let's say, the Islamic flag or the Iranian flag or the Saudi Arabian flag. Is it getting that soft? And I know I'm kind of talking off in a side chamber over here, but if you really sit back and think about it, right? Americans, they burn the American flag in protest of the government, right? Right. Yeah. Why are we not burning the Iranian flag in protest of how they treat women, or burning the Indonesian flag on how they treat humans, right? Why are we not doing that? You see what I'm saying? So what's
That's a great question.
What is the underlying issue behind not wanting to burn the flag? Because you feel sorry for these people, etc. Now, speaking of Iran and all that nonsense, right? President Trump pulled off a good move. He didn't send that strike.
Yep.
He didn't send that strike. Thank God he didn't send that strike.
Yeah, no kidding.
Which he had every right to. He had every right to.
Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, look, we have been provoked year after year, not just by Iran, but, I mean, it's one of those things where, they've always provoked us. Okay? To set off a strike right now would mean the end of this presidency, and it would mean the end of any hope of bringing our constitutional republic back to where it needs to be.
That's right, because it would be in disarray.
Yes, it would.
And the economy would tank. The economy would tank. Right on top of it.
In a heartbeat. Yep.
But you know what's interesting too, though? On the same day, Lockheed introduced their hypersonic missile.
I saw that.
Not playing conspiracy theory, but it's just kind of convenient.
Hey, it's awfully convenient, and it's awfully convenient that every time something major happens overseas, guess what?
Mm-hmm. Look at what we got.
But
we got a missile that flies at Mach 7.
They?
No, we got a missile that flies at Mach 7.
Yeah. Huh. Isn't that interesting?
Yes. But anyway, I'm gonna get off that. So I give Trump his props on that one. But we're gonna sign up from Trump. Absolutely. Like I said earlier today, no politician is getting a pass, and those two ass clown Republicans and the rest of them that co-signed on that bill, you just know you're on notice. You are on notice. Yeah. And if your people in your districts reelect you, you're just a dumbass as they are. I'm calling you out right now.
Who was it? Okay, who was it that signed on it?
I got to pull it back up. I had it here for a second, and
I had to wait to ask, didn't I? I'm bad. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. I have it here in the web browser somewhere.
Rico down in the chat, burning California's flag now. There you go. Like I said, burn it in protest. Just don't take mine. I don't have a California flag, though, so you're shit out of luck with that one.
Right. Why is it not coming up? It's not coming up. I'll find it later. I'll find it on Break or something.
That's okay. That's okay.
But the next politician ass I want to jump on is AOC. Mm-hmm. And
oh, good Lord.
Get your cigars ready, because I'm about to light this little wussy up like a freaking Christmas tree right now.
Alexandria was not occasionally coherent with this one.
Oh, she was coherent. She was coherent in her hate and undercover anti-Semitism.
Yeah, it wasn't undercover. It was flat out there.
And I give Chuck, before I go off on her, I give Chuck Todd his props. He's the only man on the left that called her out on this. Straight called her out. And it's like, yes, this is what needs to happen on that side of the aisle. They're not going to listen to people on our side. They're thinking, okay, whatever, you're full of crap or whatever. Chuck Todd called it exactly what it was.
Yes, he did. And he did a fantastic job with that entire section that he did on her little rant.
Yes. Even the Holocaust Museum called her out.
Yes, they did.
Horowitz.
There were Jewish groups all over the.
Yes.
There were Jewish groups all over the country and all over the world that were calling her out for this.
Yes. And she has not apologized once. I don't expect an apology. But see, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Who in the hell, here's the ultimate question, and how stupid she is in her logical thinking, in air quotes. Why would people come across the Rio Grande to go into a concentration camp for 20 some odd freaking years?
Yeah.
Who's doing that? Are we killing people down on the border? What? Concentration camps in America. So you're only saying it because it's freaking brown people, right? Is that what it is? They're brown people. So obviously Trump has got to treat them differently.
You have to call them people of color now. Not
people
just brown
of color,
people.
my
people
ass.
of color.
People of color. Yeah. That's a racist motherfucking statement.
Yes,
people
it
of
is.
color.
But that's what they're calling it.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
Because remember back in the 30s and 40s when you said colored person, that was like the quote unquote, that was like a dig at black people. You're not black, you're just colored. That is so freaking racist. I know.
And you still hear it every now and then here in the South.
Yeah, and it's like, really? Is that what you're doing today?
He ain't colored, honey. He's black. I don't know where your eyesight went. He ain't purple or nothing. You know.
Right?
Color looks like a box of crayons to me.
And just like Ms. Val just said in the chat, where's the gas chambers? Right? Where's all this? See, here's the thing, right? It's people, and this is directly to you, Ocasio-Cortez, directly to you. It's people like you and the other 534 members of Congress that sit down there and draw a paycheck, and you want to have a nerve to say you need a pay raise? No. F that too. All of you need to get out of Washington, D.C. right now. All of you just need to go, because the reason there's this overflow at the damn border is because you guys failed to react on this even while you had control of Congress. Republicans don't get a slide either on this because they had a chance to fix it too. No. And now nary one of y'all asses want to fix it. Nary one of you. So in other words, you want to talk about immigration and shit on the border? You can't say shit about immigration until you fix it. Everything you say is a moot fucking point in one ear out the other, because you ain't about shit.
Yep. Until they actually stir themselves to start working on immigration reform, and no one has shut the border down, we've still got hundreds and thousands of people coming across that damn border on a daily basis. Until that border is shut down and immigration reform is taken up, if they vote themselves a pay raise, every single one of their nasty asses should be gone. Period.
Oh, they will be gone.
I don't care who they are.
Pay raise. You want to?
She's been. Oh, God. She makes me so mad. She's been in office.
Not even a whole
less
year.
than 6 months.
Yeah.
And she wants a raise? She had the gall to say that, oh, that kind of salary, I can't get a decent place to live in D.C. Kiss my ass. I have never made that much money in a year. Yet I have a decent place to live. What's your issue? I don't understand. I really don't understand this. And I know damn good and well from the polling that she's getting in New York, she is not going to have another term.
No, she's not.
But what has happened is this has left a really bad taste in the mouths of a lot of people who are watching Congress. And they're saying, look, this shit's got to stop. It's going to be a bloodbath in 2020.
They're not trying to stop it.
A political bloodbath.
Here's the thing, right? The Democrats don't understand the hole they're putting themselves in. Even people on their own side, even though they're not being vocal about it, or like, wait a minute.
Yep.
Wait. Yeah. Y'all screwing up. Y'all are really screwing up.
They've gone so far to the left that they have left their electorate behind. I mean, literally have left them behind. Because you figure, what did they say? There was a recent survey that said that like 8% of the left is hard left. Okay, progressives. 6% of the right is far right. Everyone else is in the damn middle. So you've got your Democrat Party that has just literally screwed everyone over, and the Republican Party that's sitting around twiddling their thumbs like they've got nothing better to do other than bitch about the Democrats.
And that,
oh, well, y'all don't want to do this. Y'all don't want to do that. No, get it done.
And that's the thing, right? Here's where we're at, right? And we talked about this a couple weeks ago, right? How the parties are merging back together again, the Democrat Republican Party.
Yeah.
It's basically what we have in Congress right now, except for maybe 10%, maybe. I can count. Yeah. I can count people I can trust on both of my hands in Congress right now.
Oh yeah,
and that's on both sides of the aisle.
Yeah, I know. I'm in the same boat.
But the Republicans,
and that's sad when there's that many members.
Yeah, Republicans need to get their freaking spine back, or better yet, you know what? You don't effectively want to. Well, see, I can't even say that because that's a whole nother discussion for a whole nother day, right? Because what we need to do is get citizen candidates in office. Period. People that's on the ground every day, working people like me and you. That you know what I mean? that knows what's going on and love our country enough to sit in that office. But see, what's going to end up happening, and it does every time, and I'm going to touch on it just for a hot minute.
Mm-hmm.
The people just elect whoever's on the ballot without knowing the issues or tracking a person's track record. And we go back. Congress has an approval rating this week of 9%. 9.
Holy hell.
93.
It was 17% last month.
93% of those cats were reelected. Yeah. So again, why do we continue to elect the same people over and over if they have an approval rating of 9%?
Because they're going to give us free stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's about what it amounts to.
Yeah, they're going to take away your free stuff. You just don't know it. Bait and switch.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is free, but we're going to take this right away and this freedom away and this away. We'll make it a little bit harder to do this. Come on, is that
but
a fair trade?
You're getting this for free in exchange.
Yeah, ain't nothing free.
No. Not a single thing.
Man, we got to go to break, man. We got to go to break, y'all. Hey, y'all chill out. We'll be we'll do our thing and we'll be right back.
Would you like to voice your patriotism without the threat of being censored or shadow banned? Would you like to contribute to wounded veterans but don't know how? Would you like to communicate with like-minded conservatives without being trolled? If you answered yes, then Red Elephant, rdelephant.com is for you. Red Elephant is the new social media platform that will not censor or shadow ban you, and a portion of your sign-up fee goes directly to the Wounded Warriors Project. rdelephant.com.
Are you tired of the same groupthink and want to have your ideas challenged? The Black Patriot Show and theblackpatriot.com is the place for you. It will challenge your intellect and keep you informed. Make sure to subscribe to the newsletter on theblackpatriot.com and subscribe to this podcast on any podcast platform you prefer. Are you ready to be challenged?
You are listening to The Black Patriot Show. For previous episodes of this podcast, go to podcast.theblackpatriot.com to listen and subscribe. And while you are there, please consider donating to The Black Patriot Show to show your support for independent voices, freedom of speech, and the fight to defend the Constitution. And we're back. I appreciate y'all standing by for a hot minute while we cool off the jets over in here.
But before Rod blows a gasket over there.
Man, I already blew the gasket, replaced it, and I almost blew it again, man. Almost blew it again.
I know. You know I got to pick on you about it.
I know. Now, I'm going to throw some good news in here real quick before
sure.
We get back on these people. Those of you that have been paying attention to my sort of kind of quasi-political startup grassroots career, last week I was actually elected by affirmation to be chairman of the Utah Black Republican Assembly. So that's definitely good news.
Yay!
Definitely got to get some influence in our state party to try to help turn things around and, you know, open eyes to certain things that people that they don't see or understand. So yay for that. Yay. And
yay.
I do got to give a shout.
I think it's fantastic.
I do too. It's fantabulous. And we're going to be doing a lot of work with the RNC this election cycle. So, you know, y'all pay attention to Twitter and stay tuned, whatever. You'll see all the good stuff's coming down and all that hippity hoppity stuff. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So before I finish, I got to give a shout out to my man Whbj-Db Jr. over on WHBJ Digital Talk Radio on Spreaker.com. Make sure you go check my man out over there. He has a new schedule. He's not running 24/7, but I think he has a schedule posted on his page. I don't remember right offhand, but you can go over and check it out. I should say go over it. Please go out and check it out and drop a line in there. Just, hey, give them your support because, you know, us independent media, independent conservatives out here trying to do their thing on podcasts and radio stations. Yeah, we're getting censored left and right out here. So it's very, 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 very important that you support whoever you like in the conservative movement that's independent. Definitely hand them, you know, even if it's an attaboy or thank you or whatever, Give them your support. And that's why I support Hutch Bailey Jr. and James Chief and people like that, because we're becoming a very small voice out here because big tech is doing their thing to us. And, you know, we have to support each other to stay alive out here. So I greatly appreciate if you do go by and stop by and talk to Hutch Bailey Jr. over there on WHBJ Digital Talk Radio on Spreaker.com.
And Hutch has a really, really great lineup. I don't know that James Chief is on there yet, but James also has a great show. So if you get a chance, go over and take a look, you know.
No doubt about it. So, where do we go next after these bumbling idiots with this whole border thing, whatever? Oh, yeah, Ilhan Omar. Oh, ain't nobody illegal. Ain't nobody illegal, Ben?
They ain't illegal and they ain't aliens. Nobody's aliens. Really? I'm sorry, that's the legal term, honey. You were an alien until you got your citizenship.
Someone needs to slap half these people upside their head with a law book. You're gonna sit in. I'm sorry. I can understand not knowing the law. You know what I mean? I can understand that, right? But before you spew your mouth, you should know a little some about the law, especially if you're going to be writing law. Yeah. You got to know a little some about it. And it's basic. The thing is, it's basic. When you go to Congress, the only thing you need to know is the Constitution, the right law. Yeah. That's it. Because if your law goes against the Constitution, tossed. It's that simple.
Yep, it is. Unfortunately, they don't even know the Constitution. I mean, look, it's not just Ilhan Omar. It's also Eric Swalwell. And I've taken to calling him the robotic Ken doll because that's about what he is. He has the IQ of a Roomba. You just program him and he says whatever the hell you want him to say.
We're taking their guns with the buyback program, and if they don't, we will nuke them.
Yeah, hollow-nosed bullets. What the fuck is that?
I heard that. I was like, what? Wait. A hollow-nosed bullet. I'm like, what would you just say?
Yeah.
What?
Hollow-nosed bullets.
So how's that work?
I just... Oh, God.
How does...
Firearms that...
Did he...
what is it? What was it? The X-ray machines and everything can sense? I'm sorry? Even the 3D printed guns have metal parts.
I can't.
You got to have springs and screws here, folks. It doesn't work without it.
I can't. I just can't.
I was floored. And yes, I am working on an article with all this crap in it because it's just too good not to.
I can't.
Like I said.
I can't right now.
Robotic Ken doll. Did you see the little round table he had? God, where was it? It was like Chicago or Detroit or somewhere where he's sitting outside with a bunch of folks out in one of the neighborhoods. And they're telling him about how easy it is to get a gun. It's easier than getting a ride to school.
No, I didn't see that.
Oh, yeah, you got to find it and see. Oh, I'll text it to you later. But, oh, my God. Really? It's easier to get a gun than it is to find a ride to school?
But you know what?
I doubt that.
You know what? You know what, though? Mm-hmm. I think there's validity to that claim.
In the hood, yeah.
Thank you. Yes, in the hood, yes.
Okay, and I am going to admit to that, but it's one of those things where even then, it's going to take them a minute.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like they got a whole damn trunk full.
Maybe.
I mean, well, yeah, that's true. I hadn't even thought about that.
Hey, if you can go down to,
but you're not going to get it legally. How's that?
Right.
You're not going to get it legally, and you're not going to get it you're not going to stop it by any of the laws that are being proposed.
Right, because homeboy on the corner as part of the vice lords, he'll get your nickel-plated 380 for 30. No problem.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yep. And another 10 for the ammo.
Yeah, so like what law is going to stop that?
Exactly. But they're not looking at it that way. They're seeing that that's a danger, but they're seeing us as the issue. We're the ones causing the problem.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Which, I'm sorry. My guns shoot paper, steel, clays, and the occasional pheasant.
But I don't want to laugh, but I mean it's laughable, but they're dead serious. They are dead serious.
Yeah.
Like everything comes out of their mouth is the freaking gospel.
Yeah. And that's the weird part about it. Some of the stuff they're saying is just so completely far out of left field that you have to look at them and say, okay, wait a minute. Where did you read that particular piece of crap? And why are you using it as a policy platform?
Because it what gets the people going. Come on now. The further left you get, the
God.
more emotional you get.
Oh, my God. Well, they're talking about the whole thing with Joe Biden right now. And the fact that he was working with people like Herman Talmadge. He said he was working across the aisle with him. How do you work across the aisle with someone who is a Democrat? And you were a Democrat.
I don't know.
Let's be honest here.
I don't know.
I worked across the aisle from people who were segregationists. Really? You were a Democrat. So were they.
Right.
For those of you who don't know, Herman Talmadge was a politician here in, well, I can't say here, but I'm in South Carolina. I'm just over the border from Georgia. He was in Georgia, okay?
Right.
They honored him by naming the bridge that crosses the Savannah River from South Carolina to Georgia the Talmadge River Bridge.
Right. Yep, I remember that.
Okay.
Yep.
This last summer, after years of fighting to have it renamed from the Talmadge to the Savannah River Bridge, this past summer they finally got permission to rename the bridge. Because Mr. Talmadge was the biggest damn racist on the planet.
Yes, he was. And he treated my people like dirt. He treated my people like dirt.
Yes, he did. And considering the population of areas like Savannah and the surrounding towns, that's not necessarily a good thing to keep reminding them that one of their politicians was a jackass.
Mm-hmm. And even though he was a senator.
I think he was a senator.
Yeah, even though he was a senator for Georgia, where a lot of people, when I say my people, okay, y'all, so I want y'all to understand, when I say my people, I mean my Gullah Geechee people is what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Even though he was a senator
the Gullah Geechee are very prevalent in this area. Okay.
Yes. Now, even though he was, he was senator for Georgia, the crap that he did to the Geechee people, in the Low Country of Georgia, like where Clarence Thomas is from, Pinpoint, Georgia, right? That area, on up the seaboard, on up to Charleston. A lot of the crap he did affected them, even though he was across state lines.
Yep. People don't understand that the politics in this area are very much interlocked.
Oh, yeah.
We may be across the river from Georgia, but the politics in Georgia affect the politics in South Carolina, and the same goes for Georgia from South Carolina.
Yep, sure does.
It's like linked hands,
yep.
Okay? Especially when it comes to issues, and I'm going to say tribal issues because the Gullah Geechee were recognized, 10 years ago now?
13.
As basically a native people.
Right.
Okay? They are their own nation. That anything that affects the Gullah Geechee people in Georgia affects the Gullah Geechee people in South Carolina.
Yep, and the ones that are left in Northeast Florida.
And in Florida and in North Carolina. Okay,
Yep.
so this entire coastal region, it's all interlocked as far as some of the laws go. When you have somebody like Talmadge come in and he starts making discriminatory legislation that goes through at the federal level, it really hammers home in this area.
Yes, it
because
does.
you are literally putting an entire people on a black burner. I'm an idiot tonight. A back burner. Okay? You're telling them they're not worth the title of humanity. And that's what Talmadge did. He basically said, if your skin is darker than a light tan in the summer, you're not human.
Yep, he sure did, and people treated him. Were treated accordingly.
They were. For Biden to say, "I worked across the aisle with people like that," no, you worked in the aisle with that.
Mm-hmm. And never condemned it or called it out.
Exactly, and you worked with him to sign bills.
But
Excuse me, I had to burp.
But Biden was also did he not say separate but equal? So he was right in the same hip pocket with him.
Yes, he was. Separate but equal. He didn't like the whole non-segregated busing. He didn't like busing them he didn't like busing people across areas of the cities. Okay? In other words, if you had an area, we just went through a lawsuit up in Rockford, where we lived, in Illinois. It was a desegregation lawsuit because you had the majority of the black folks in Rockford living on the west side of the river. You had the majority of the white folks living on the east side. Okay? So what they did was they did forced busing to bring kids from the west side of Rockford over into the east side.
Forced integration.
Forced integration, okay? That was their solution to the desegregation. Now, whether it worked or not, I don't know. I left before the lawsuit ended, and I haven't paid any attention to it since then because they're a bunch of idiots. Because it wasn't working before. It really wasn't. It wasn't doing any good.
Speaking of Illinois, all my people that listen to me from Illinois, you better leave. Because if you know what's on the table, what's going to be leaving the Senate, going to J.B. Pritzker's desk in next week about raising taxes.
Oh, yeah.
I'd get the hell out of Illinois like right now.
Not just raising taxes, but look at what they're doing with the Ford cards and everything else.
Oh, look what they did with abortion.
Yeah.
Abortion is now wide open.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Get out now, guys. I'm serious. No matter what color your skin, get the hell out of Illinois. Come on down. South Carolina's beautiful.
It's a crying shame. It is a crying shame.
But no, I mean, people don't understand that Biden is not a clean-handed guy.
No.
He is a segregationist. He always has been.
Yes, he is.
And for him to bring up names like Talmadge and everything else and say that was a good thing that he worked with them, no. But yeah, they did end up renaming the Talmadge Bridge. It is now the Savannah River Bridge. Yay!
That's what
I don't have to have that name foul in my mouth anymore.
Right? Oh, man alive, I tell you. I mean...
It really... The history that's there for Biden to continue saying that he is a man of the people, he's a good guy, he's gotten all this done. He spent 50 years in politics and did absolutely nothing except self-aggrandize himself.
Yeah, and collect a paycheck. I mean, you know.
Pretty much. Pretty much. I mean, he's worth a good penny now, you know.
Now, I want to get into one more thing before we close out here.
Sure.
HB 40.
Oh.
I know this is what we talk about on our federal news Monday, but I get people aren't paying attention to HB 40. You should be.
Yes.
There is over 130 amendments to that appropriations bill.
Holy crap.
Yes. I happened to catch one of the sessions last week. Okay. They had an amendment in this mudsucker, all right, that funded research on fetal tissue. $30 million.
Oh, my God.
$30 million. Yeah, that's all you can say. That's all you can say about it.
Okay, so that's on top of the, what, $550 million that went to Planned Parenthood?
Uh-huh.
Oh, my God. Your tax dollars at work, folks. And your politicians at work.
Here's where we're at. Now, I'm not going to rant on this one. I'm going to be calm as I can be. You wonder why they're pushing the abortion bit, right? Because it's quasi-stem cell research, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're also putting fetal cells or fetal tissue in vaccines.
Okay.
I mean, and here's the thing, and I'm gonna go all the way there.
Okay.
When it's this, when a particular practice disproportionately affects a particular group of people, and no one's trying to fix it, there's a reason.
Yeah.
Now, people want to talk about this whole white supremacy as a huge big deal, right? And they want to point at certain members in government as advocating for white supremacy.
Mm-hmm.
See, let's get this right. Let's get this right on point. And I'm going to start with the Democrats first.
Okay.
The Democrats advocate for abortion hardcore, even to the point they will murder a baby outside of the womb.
Yeah.
Majority abortions are performed by the least dominant race in the nation.
Yeah.
You want to talk about white supremacy? They are legislating white supremacy.
Yes, they are.
And redirecting it in another direction.
Yeah, they are.
They're redirecting it in a completely different direction. And these people aren't seeing this. They want to say, oh, well, Donald Trump is a white supremacist. But you sitting here advocating for something that you know disproportionately affects the people. And if you upheld the general welfare clause in the Constitution, you would be stopping abortion.
Oh, but that brings us back to the Constitution.
It does.
And they're not going to support that. Are you kidding? They're not going to support that. It's an outmoded, dead piece of paper. As far as a lot of Democrats are concerned.
Yes, it is.
It's outmoded and it's dead. It needs to be changed because it hasn't kept up with the times.
Well, it has kept up with the times if you keep it exactly in the context it's supposed to be in. So these Democrats want to talk about white supremacy, and you're advocating for it. You're inherently advocating for it, 100%. They want to talk, it just. They've got all these people so duped around this that they think, oh yeah, I mean, even to the point where you have white folks hating their own people. Really? It's that bad?
Yeah, it is. I mean, come on.
Like, how do you not see this?
I'm seeing it online. I hate white people, and she's a white chick. What the hell? When did we become a self-loathing society?
You gotta think. You gotta think radical liberalism for that one.
Ugh.
You gotta think
toxic femininity.
You gotta think the egalitarian left for that too, right?
Yep.
You gotta think the left libertarians for that too.
Oh yeah. And look, there's some on the right that are egging that on too.
Oh God, yeah. Oh God, yeah.
I mean, it's not all on the left.
But that was just my start on the left. I haven't got to the right side yet. I haven't even gotten.
Ooh, you ain't got rolling yet. Let's go.
Again, the party of life, liberty, and freedom, and yet it's taking states to step up to stop this genocide.
Yes, it is.
Speaking about more white supremacy.
Yeah.
And I have to stay on the left because more of it's there than it is on the right per se.
Yeah, it is.
But for for Disney, which is obviously, leading in movies, etc., to say call for a boycott of Georgia.
Yeah.
Right? You call for a boy, and I hope y'all ain't got kids nearby because I'm about to get very heated right here in a second.
Oh, you're not the only one.
People want to sit here and talk about how black folks don't have jobs, how black folks don't, quote unquote, get a fair wage, but you want to sit here and this little black little muskrat looking fool in New York named Spike Lee want to talk about we should boycott Atlanta, we should boycott Georgia because of a damn abortion law. Do you not understand, you damn bumbling idiot, bottle cap glass looking ass son of a gun sitting high on his horse in New York City talking this crap that 80% of the entertainment industry in Atlanta is ran by black people? Do you not get that? But you want to put out movies saying do the right thing? You want to put out movies like Jungle Fever advocating for blackness, but you want to turn around and turn against them? Are you effing serious right now, you little short bottle cap sidewalk sissy? Are you kidding me right now? And even to that fact, it affects eastern Alabama, southern Georgia, western Carolina, because a lot of people that are in the film industry that don't live in the outskirts. So you want to ostracize a state because of a law and penalize the people of the state. And you want to say you pro-black. I think your black card just got revoked just because of that one statement. And I'm coming to get it.
Yeah. Look, he doesn't understand that Atlanta is the Black Hollywood.
Yes, it is.
And Savannah is rapidly catching up.
Yeah, Savannah is catching up real quick. But I just can't.
There's filming going on right now for Netflix.
Yeah, I just don't get these.
Damn streets for it. You can't do this.
I don't get these closet ass racist. Alyssa Milano.
And it is racist. Yeah.
Spike Lee and all the others that spoke out against Atlanta. I'll be damned.
Yep.
Again, I am tired and sick and tired of these people attacking black people, and it's deliberate. It is outright, right now, it is deliberate. I used to be quiet about this stuff, like, I'm not going to play the race card, but when it's in your face and deliberate, you have to call it out for what it is.
Yeah.
It is flat out deliberate. It's like either you do what we say or in kowtow, or you don't get your way. Nah, fool, that's not how this works.
Well, I was talking about this with, not actually talking, I was railing against somebody out in Hollywood who kept claiming, oh, well, we're just going to destroy the economies of places like Alabama and Georgia because we just won't film there. Well, you know what? That kind of leaves the door open for the film industry in Georgia and Alabama and South Carolina, because we do have a burgeoning film industry down here. There are a lot of locations that are here that you can't find anywhere else on earth. We have a burgeoning film industry here in the Southeast. There is absolutely no reason we can't take over the damn box office and leave Hollywood sucking on their own tears.
I think they should.
I think they should too. Because I've about had it with people like Alyssa Milano and Spike Lee and Barbara Streisand. Barbara, you were here in Beaufort to film The Prince of Tides. You know damn good and well what's down here.
Yep.
Don't even start.
All right.
Don't start making fiscal decisions based on your personal feelings. Otherwise, those personal feelings are going to leave you bankrupt. And that's exactly what's going to happen to Hollywood if they keep this shit up.
Well, they're already
There
done.
won't be a studio left open.
They're already. That just blows my mind. It just blows my mind.
Yeah.
The counter rhetoric.
Yeah. Yeah, all because the people in this area value lives. They're all against war. They're all against killing grown people, but they have absolutely no problem killing babies.
No, not at all. Not a lick.
What is wrong with that picture?
I don't know.
Literally, what is wrong with that?
I don't know. But it needs to change, and it needs to change really, 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 really quick.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
So we're going to close out here real quick here. I just want to let y'all know I have a petition up on Twitter to save the Electoral College. If you haven't signed it yet, please do. I will be circulating it. I'll probably throw it on my website too, theblackpatriot.com. And so everybody can get it, so I can get that petition into my peoples out here. Because I mean it's under threat. I mean, if you just looked at the map that I have on the petition and how many states are actually saying we're going to give our electoral votes to whoever wins the popular vote, that's a problem. That's a huge problem, going against the going against the will of the people to do such thing. It's awful. It is completely freaking awful that people want to do. They can't destroy a republic one way, so they undermine it in a different way, and they're trying to use the Electoral College to do it, to allow states like California, New York, Oregon, and Washington, and Florida could be one of those flip states to run our country. Forget the other 40 states in our union. They don't matter. We matter. Yeah, no. Bullshit. So make sure you go sign that petition over there, what have you. I know we didn't open up the phone line for calls tonight. I promise next Friday we will. We just working through some technical stuff right now. So I appreciate y'all hanging in there and all that good stuff. You want to say anything to the good people before we sign this sucker off?
No, I'm gonna have the petition up on my Twitter page also, and up on my site at Parler if I can figure it the hell out.
Well.
You can find me over on Twitter and on Parler, Low Country Breeze, at Sterling Osprey. And I know most of you guys who are on the chat follow me already. I'll have it up. Rod will have it up, and that way we can get just retweet it, answer the survey, and get going with it. Let's get it spread.
Yeah, I know that's right. That's right. I'll I'm gonna leave y'all good people with one thing, and I tweeted this earlier, and it's worth repeating anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Federal bipartisanship is a unicorn. Democrats want government involved in everything. Republicans want less government involvement, but nowadays, okay, you can't tell you can't tell them apart because they like a big government too. But until both sides respect the enumerated powers bestowed upon them by the states, there will never be true bipartisanship. And with that, we out. Thank you for listening to the Black Patriot Show. Make sure you connect with me on rdelephant.com, Parlay, and Twitter. My handle over there is MAGLA-ROD. Make sure you subscribe to this podcast on iTunes. Leave me a 5-star rating. And you can subscribe on any other major podcast platform by going to podcast.theblackpatriot.com. And until next time, in liberty and in his grace, God bless you, God bless your family, and God bless America.
Geico presents yet another voicemail from your roommate.
Hi. So, about the kitchen. Turns out when there's a grease fire, you're not supposed to throw water on it. Who would have known, right? Anyways, the fire department is here and it's totally cool. Give me a call back when you get a chance.
The Geico Insurance Agency could help keep your personal property protected, like if danger is your roommate's middle name. Visit geico.com to see how easy it is to switch and save on renter's insurance.
You're listening to WHBJ, Digital Talk Radio and History from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Get early access to all new episodes of True Crime Historian only on Himalaya, where you can also find personally curated playlists made just for you by our expert podcast tastemakers. Don't forget to follow True Crime Historian while you're there and leave $1 in the tip jar. Himalaya, the official podcast player of True Crime Historian. True Crime Historian is made possible in part by listeners like Lee Ellen Geranios, Susan Hayden, Susan Atkins, Lisa Chase, and Marlene Resch. For as little as $1 a week, you too can get commercial-free editions of all new episodes, plus whatever personal services you require in the safe house at www.patreon.com/truecrimehistorian.
Popular.com.
Little Nellie Meeks, a pretty child, 7 years old, tells a graphic story of the murder. She says that her parents were trying to move that night from Milan, Missouri, where they lived, but where they were going she did not know. They did not go to bed that night, but bundled up their clothes to get ready to go. The little girl says she went to sleep. Sometime in the night, someone came and told her pa they were ready to start. Her mother took a bundle of clothes and her papa carried the baby, and they walked to the outskirts of the town, where they found a man with a wagon, which they got into. The two were riding on a spring seat, the Meeks family riding in some hay back of the seat, the older of the two men, as she describes them, driving the team. After they had been traveling, she didn't know how far, and were going up a hill, the younger of the two men, the smooth-faced one, said his feet were cold and he must get out and walk. He got out before the team and walked a short distance, and then got back even with the wagon and said a few words to her papa. He then thrust a revolver against his neck and fired, and her father fell out of the wagon. Her mama screamed and begged for mercy, but the man shot her and one of the little girls and then beat the other two over their heads. Nellie says she remembers them kicking her and saying they were all dead. She did not know anything more until they were putting them in the straw stack, when she realized they were being buried, but for a time she could not move nor speak. She said, "When the man with the whiskers kicked me, I could not speak. When he kicked me, he said, 'They're all dead now,' and one of the men said, 'It would not burn,' referring to a woolen blanket which they had set on fire. As soon as the men left and it came daylight, I got up and went to Carter's house and told them my name was Nellie Meeks and that Mama and Papa were in the straw stack dead and that Sister was not dead yet. The little girl says her papa told her before they started from Milan that she must not tell that Bill Taylor got them to move away." True Crime Historian presents An Eye for an Eye, a special edition of yesterday's news exploring the criminal justice system at its most extreme, inflicting the death penalty. Scoundrels abound in episode 337, when an ex-convict is assassinated in cold blood by the men he's about to turn state's evidence on. That would be bad enough, but what makes it intolerable is the fact that the turncoat's wife and daughters are with him when the attack takes place, and his assailants don't care. I'm true crime historian Richard O. Jones, and for your horror and indignation, I give you A Murder Half Avenged, the diabolical Meeks family massacre. Brookfield, Missouri, May 12, 1894. This country was in a fever of excitement yesterday, caused by one of the most diabolical crimes ever committed in this portion of the state. Gus Meeks, his wife, and 2 children, little girls, were murdered in cold blood Thursday night, and their bodies thrown in a straw stack for concealment. William P. Taylor of Browning, a town in the northern portion of Lynn County, is a lawyer and banker, and up to the day of the murder was a cashier. He has, for the past 4 or 5 years, been arrested several times on different charges. Last fall, he and Meeks, the murdered man, were arrested on a charge of stealing a herd of cattle from a farmer's pasture and driving them to Purdon, where, it is claimed, it was their intention to ship to Chicago in the night. Meeks had his trial and was sentenced to the penitentiary. Taylor gave bond, and his trial was put off and was to come up in Milan next week in the Sullivan County Circuit Court. About a month ago, Gus Meeks was pardoned by Governor Stone in order to use him as a witness against the Taylors, who were, in consequence, anxious to get rid of him, and came home and has since lived at Milan with his mother and family. He would, of course, been a dangerous witness against Taylor. It is said that the Taylors had arranged with Meeks to give the latter a wagon and team to get out of the country so that he might not be present when the case against the Taylors was called for trial. From Meeks's mother, it was learned that her son received a letter from the Taylors at Browning telling him to be ready at 10 o'clock to go away, that Gus Meeks and the children waited for Taylor until midnight when the 2 men, whom Meeks said were George and Bill Taylor, came to their house in a wagon. Meeks and his family got on the wagon and started for Browning. Thursday night, William Taylor and his brother George, a farmer also living near Browning, drove to Milan, a distance of 12 miles, in a 2-seated buggy. It seems that the Taylor brothers went to the home of Meeks and called him outside the house. Meeks went back into the house after a while and told his family he was going away and to leave the country and that the Taylors were going to assist him. And then the wife said, "I and the children will go with you, Gus." They all got ready and left with the Taylors, so said the child yesterday. George Taylor is a prosperous farmer living 8 miles from Browning. Yesterday morning, a little 7-year-old girl crawled out of a straw stack on the Taylor farm and went across the road to the farmhouse of Mr. Gooch. She pitifully told her story of how she was awakened the night before while riding along in her father's arms, of how she heard revolvers go off and her parents scream. Then something hit her on the head, and she said she went to sleep, she guessed, and when she awoke, she was in the haystack. There was blood on her clothing and a bruise on her head. Before she had finished telling her sorrowful story, George Taylor, at 6 o'clock in the morning, was seen approaching the straw stack with the team and harrow and began harrowing around the stack. The suspicion of the Gooch family was aroused, and they went out and told Taylor the story of the little girl. Taylor at once unhitched the team and, mounting one horse, rode off on the run toward Browning. He went to Banker Taylor's home in Browning, and at about 7 o'clock the Taylor boys were seen riding out of town on horseback, going eastward. The bodies of Gus Meeks, his wife, and 2 children were found in the straw stack, and upon an inquest being held, it was found that the father and mother had both been shot and then beaten with some weapon or club. Although the Taylors left about 7 o'clock in the morning, nobody went in pursuit of them until the afternoon. About that time, Prosecuting Attorney Bresnahan and Marshal Critchfield of this city were informed, and a posse was formed in this city, going northward with a view to heading off the fugitives. If they reach the Macon County line, they will be in rough timber country and stand a good show of getting away. If they are caught, short work will certainly be made of them. The farmers from the entire northern portion of the county have gone out in pursuit, and large rewards will be offered if they are not caught soon. Excitement is at a high pitch, as it is the most diabolical crime ever committed in this part of Missouri. A farmer just came in from the northeast says that the Taylors have left their horses, and not less than 500 men are after them. Browning, Missouri, May 12, 1894. The hunt for the Taylor brothers is not relaxed. It is now more a game of hide-and-seek than a hot chase. The fugitives have not gone 15 miles since they left Browning Friday morning about 8 o'clock. The Taylors went to the residence of F.A. Leonard, a brother-in-law of William Taylor, last night, but were seen to enter the house, which was soon surrounded by a posse. The fugitives escaped under fire and took to the brush, and the posse was too small to surround the brush. This morning, Sheriff Barton and James Brown searched the Leonard home for some traces of the boys, but found none. The Taylors have friends who make decoy tracks to help them escape, and today a couple of their friends rode in a run from Browning toward the supposed rendezvous, and the Browning people were afraid to pursue them. A horse George Taylor rode was found 2 miles from Leonard, and Sheriff Barton thinks the murderers are close by and their capture a question of a few hours. Word came here at 4 o'clock that W.P. Taylor was killed, but it is not generally believed. The woods is full of armed men in search of them, a party from Brookfield, one from Linnaeus, one from Milan, and one from here. Sheriff Winters from Trenton passed through here just after dark with 3 bloodhounds, with which he thinks he will be able to track them up. Feeling is very bitter against the Taylors. William Taylor, 35 years old, 5 feet 9 inches high, weighs 150 pounds, blue eyes, black hair, mustache, and whiskers. He wore a dark suit. George E. Taylor is 28 years old, 6 feet high, weight 185, black eyes, mustache, and wore a black suit. Gus Weeks, the murdered man, was 35 years old and, as stated in previous dispatches, had been a convict. He was shot once through the breast with a .38 caliber revolver. Mrs. Meeks was shot through the breast and temple and was not struck with an axe or bludgeon as was first reported. The 18-month-old baby was shot through the head. The 4-year-old daughter was hit with some blunt instrument and its skull crushed. The 2 adults were laid together and the children piled between them. Sheriff Barton has offered a reward of $200 for the arrest of the Taylors, and this will undoubtedly be raised to $1,000 if the murderers escape the posse now after them. Macon, Missouri, May 12, 1894. Late this afternoon, a telegram was sent to Milan for additional forces, and 25 well-armed and determined citizens started out to where the murderers are surrounded in the brush 7 miles east of Browning. Little Nellie Meeks, the only surviving member of the murdered family, is a sweet-faced, blue-eyed little girl past 7 years of age. Her recovery is now assured, as she was so far recovered that she was brought to Milan on the evening passenger, and as the little heroine was being carried through the streets, the excitement was doubly high. There is no element of doubt as to the Taylors being guilty of the atrocious crime of murdering the Meeks family. Linnaeus, Missouri, May 12, 1894. The latest word from the Taylor chase was brought in at 11 p.m. by 2 horsemen from East Lynn, who were immediately interviewed by your correspondent, and they stated that the pursuit is getting hotter all the time. The pursuers are in crowds of 5 or 6 and hunting rapidly and thoroughly. The country where the chase is on is very rough, brushy, and heavily timbered, and both pursued and pursuers are afoot. Nearly 100 men are surrounding a rocky gulch near Winnigan, and they say positive the Taylors are in the gulch. Another report is that 2 armed men answering the description of the Taylors were seen east of Brookfield. Ex-Sheriff Denbo organized a posse of 50 and gave chase, and if those men were Taylors, their fate is settled, for the country is getting more excited and well-armed squads of men are swiftly going in the direction the murderers were last seen in. The pursuing force increased from 200 to 400 today, squads coming from nearly every town in a radius of 40 miles, as well as many farmers. If the posse near Winnigan are wrong about Taylors being in the gulch, then the parties seen near Brookfield were they. In either case, their capture is hourly expected, and unless the sheriff is there with his deputies to prevent it, the Taylor brothers will suffer a more ignominious death than did their victims. Linnaeus, Missouri, June 26, 1894. Sheriff Barton has gone to Little Rock, Arkansas, where the Taylors are under arrest and held for him to bring back here. There is not a doubt but that these men are the Taylor brothers, who on May 11th killed the Meeks family, for Sheriff Barton has been in constant correspondence by wire and mail with parties in the vicinity of Batesville, Arkansas, where the arrests were made, and has established the identity of the captives. It is reported that A. Leonard, a relative of the Taylors, received a telegram from William Taylor today stating that he had surrendered. It will require great precautions and a heavy guard of officers to prevent lynching when the brothers arrive here. They said when they left Browning on the morning after the murder of the Meeks family, they went to Springfield, where they've spent 3 days. For over a month, they have been in the vicinity of Buffalo City, Arkansas. Both have families and say that they've heard from them several times since they left home. They said, quote, "We fared pretty well considering, and have had enough to eat, although our clothes became somewhat worn with traveling over the mountains." The Honorable J.C. South, who effected their capture and under whose charge they are at present, is a delegate to the Arkansas State Convention, which meets at Little Rock tomorrow, and it is now likely that the prisoners will not be taken to Lynn County until after the meeting of the convention. Their arrest and the manner in which they are now held by Mr. South is somewhat remarkable. The arrest was made at Buffalo City, where South happened to meet and recognize the Taylors. They surrendered to him voluntarily, accompanied him to Little Rock without trouble, and are now held at the Gleason's Hotel in that city instead of being placed in charge of the police for safekeeping. They will accompany Mr. South alone to Browning, Missouri, it is stated, and their captor will thereby be entitled to the total reward of $8,000 offered for their apprehension, $2,100 of the reward having been offered by the governor of Missouri. The Taylors acknowledge their identity, but deny emphatically that they are guilty of the murder of the Meeks family. June 28, 1894. The Taylor brothers arrived in St. Louis from Little Rock, Arkansas at 8:20 o'clock this morning on their way back to be tried for their crime. They were in the charge of the man who captured them at Buffalo City, Arkansas last Saturday, the Honorable Jerry C. South, member of the Arkansas State Legislature from Baxter County and a delegate to the state convention held at Little Rock this week. The Iron Mountain train on which they arrived was 50 minutes late, being due at the Union Depot at 7:25 o'clock. They were met here by Sheriff Edward Barton of Lynn County, accompanied by Prosecuting Attorney B.F. Pierce of Sullivan County, and Isaac Gwynn and Robert Winters of Milan, Missouri. The two brothers are wonderfully alike in appearance. Both are tall and lank, both dressed almost exactly alike in black alpaca coats, black trousers, heavy boots, cotton shirts, and turned-down collars. The only noticeable point of difference was that the older of the two, William P., wore a black slouch hat, while the younger's was white, but of the same shape. The older carried an old-fashioned glazed valise of ample proportions. Their figures are almost of twins. Their faces both have the same long, downcast appearance, very gaunt, with long, thin noses and narrow foreheads. Both wore beards, the elder's having been trimmed close to the face since his flight, and the younger's having been grown since that time, so that their striking likeness to each other is still more noticeable. Hair and beard both curl almost into coal-black kinks, and the eyes of both the brothers are a cold blue, easily to be mistaken for gray. William Taylor's eyes are strikingly uneasy and restless. They are never firmly fixed, but have a very shifty sidewise glance that is not reassuring in its effect. The two brothers looked worried and tired as they watched the party approaching to take them in charge. Owing to their black garb, black hair and beards, and swarthy faces, they made a piratical-looking couple, but it is only fair to state, with the exception of the elder brother's shifty eyes, they have not what would be called bad faces. They would be most generally classed as two countrymen whose constitutions had been undermined by chills and fever and fried bacon. To the reporters who met them at the Union Depot, the two brothers talked freely. They do not seem to be at all apprehensive as to the fate that may be awaiting them at the home from which they fled as fugitives, accused of the horrible murder of the Meeks family. Said William Taylor, "We are innocent of the charge, and we have never intended anything else but returning when the feeling against us should have had time to die away. I am sure there will be no trouble following our return. If I had not thought there would be, I would not be returning now. I think we will have a fair trial, and I feel sure my brother and I will be acquitted. I have not made any preparations yet for our defense, and have not engaged a lawyer or caused one to be engaged. Neither have I or my brother communicated with anyone at home since our surrender. I am glad I am on my way back." Unquote. Said Sheriff Barton, "There will be no trouble or danger of lynching. That time is past now, and the Taylors will be quietly jailed at Linnaeus. Said prosecuting attorney Pierce, if there is to be any trouble, it will just be before or during the trial. The Taylors have many friends, and threats of violence have already been made. I have been threatened, but I propose to push this case to the best of my ability. I am not willing to give the names of witnesses for the state, as it might lead to some shooting, but I will say that I believe we have a dead-sure case against the Taylors. We do not depend upon identification by the little Meeks girl who is now living with my family. We can convict them without that." Unquote. As I record this, I'm very excited because any day now we'll be launching a brand new look for the True Crime Historian website using the Wix platform. I'm just waiting for a little bit of domain management to be completed. The old website has been around for a long time now and was in dire need of a fresh look, and Wix is exactly the place to go for that professional, robust appearance we need. Wix has a professional solution for every need, and now we'll be able to use the different features of Wix, like Wix Video, Wix Stories, Wix Booking, and especially the Wix blog. Any business or organization needs a place on the internet these days, and Wix allows me to create a professional-looking website. Wix takes care of all the heavy lifting, like reliable hosting to keep your website safe and secure, custom domains and mailboxes, email marketing, and more. So get started today for free at wix.com/TCH and apply the code TCH at checkout to get a 10% discount when upgrading to premium. Wix.com/TCH and applying the code TCH at checkout to get 10% off when upgrading. Are you looking for a unique gift for your father this Father's Day? Think about giving him the gift of legacy with Storyworth. Storyworth was founded by a guy who wanted his dad to record his amazing stories. The family enjoyed the process so much that in April of 2013, they launched Storyworth so that families around the world could share their gifts as well. Storyworth makes it easy and fun for your loved ones to share their stories with weekly emailed story prompts, questions that you've never thought to ask. Then at the end of the year, they'll get their stories bound in a beautiful hardcover book. You can strengthen your family bonds and get to know your loved ones in a whole new way. All stories are private and only shared with family that you choose. It's a great way to stay in touch, to connect with your family, to bridge geographic distances by providing lively discussion topics. And now, for a limited time, True Crime Historian listeners can get $20 off by visiting storyworth.com/TCH when you subscribe. That's storyworth.com/TCH for $20 off. Storyworth. It's the easiest way to share your story. Macon, Missouri, June 29th, 1894. Timely notice and prompt action by Sheriffs Barton and White saved William and George Taylor, alleged murderers of the Meeks family, from the vengeance of a mob in this city between 1 and 2 o'clock this morning. The accused men arrived in this city yesterday evening at 6:27 o'clock on the Hannibal and St. Joe passenger train from St. Louis and were at once lodged in jail. They were in charge of Sheriff Barton of Lynn County and J.C. South of Arkansas, who captured them. It was the intention to take the prisoners to Brookfield, but Sheriff Barton feared they would be lynched and jailed them here to await developments. At midnight, the sheriff received a telegram that a mob from Brookfield was on the Burlington train, due here at 1:06 a.m. A Wabash train for St. Joseph would leave Macon at 1:17. He determined to put his prisoners on the Wabash train and take them to St. Joe. Orders were sent out to hold the Burlington train back 15 minutes so as to checkmate the mob. The order was obeyed, and the Taylors were hurried from the jail to the depot and placed aboard the Wabash train, which pulled out just as the Burlington reached the depot. It is said that a few members of the lynching party managed to board the Wabash coaches as they pulled out, but the others were left at the depot. In addition to the mob from Brookfield and the train from the west, which arrived at midnight, brought 25 men to assist in the lynching. They waited for the arrival of the Brookfield contingent, but made no effort to carry out their design. Several of the mob were arrested, and while searched, loaded revolvers were found on them. Brookfield, Missouri. When the train, which was supposed to have on board the Taylor brothers on the way back to Linnaeus to answer for the murder of the Meeks family, drew up at the depot at 8 o'clock last night, fully 1,000 people crowded about it. They were from all parts of Lynn County, but mostly men from Milan, Browning, and Linnaeus. They had come in wagons and on horseback and were determined to lynch Sheriff Barton's prisoners. But the Taylors were not on the train. Sheriff Barton had received a telegram while en route from St. Louis apprising him of the situation, and his prisoners were transferred from the train to the jail at Macon. As soon as the train reached Brookfield County, Attorney Pierce, who had come from St. Louis with Sheriff Barton and the Taylors, was surrounded by the mob, and they demanded, "Where are the Taylors?" The crowd was told that the brothers had been left at Macon. There is no doubt that had the prisoners been on the train, they would have been lynched. Long consultations were held by leaders of the men from Milan and Browning, and it was thought that the attempt to get possession of the alleged murderers had been abandoned, but the midnight train to Macon City was boarded here by about 50 armed men with the determination of carrying out their original purpose. But they had failed. Sheriff Barton had been apprised of their intention and managed to get away with his prisoners on a Wabash train just as the Burlington with the mob on board arrived at Macon. Carrollton, Missouri, March 18, 1895. The trial of William P. and George E. Taylor, indicted on 5 counts by the Lynn County Grand Jury for the murder of the Meeks family, began here today. The witnesses for the prosecution and on the defense from Lynn County came in on the noon train. The work of selecting a jury will occupy some time, owing to the prominence of the case and the public's familiarity with it. The town is full of people and the courtroom is packed. As they appear in court, the two brothers are wonderfully alike. Each has a long, thin face, rather downcast, with long noses and high, narrow foreheads. Both have very long hair, which curls almost into coal-black kinks, and the eyes of both the brothers are coal blue, easily to be mistaken for gray. The elder brother, William Taylor, is much the brainier of the two. His sinister features are his eyes, which are small brown and have a crafty, shifty look that makes one uncomfortable. In his movements he is alertness itself, and as a conversationalist he is, when he chooses, exceedingly entertaining. Strangers naturally take to him on sight. 5 years ago he was one of the most popular and promising young men in Sullivan County. Fine-looking, well-educated, the local attorney of the great Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy Railroad, with a good law practice besides, he seemed to have everything his own way with the world. The climax of his good fortune was reached when he married the pretty daughter of Morgan Leonard, owner of the Browning Bank and one of the wealthiest men in all of that section of the state. People couldn't do enough for the young man. He was sent to represent his district in the legislature, was invited to address public meetings, and became a general authority throughout the countryside. Then he became cashier of his father-in-law's bank, and then he fell. He and his brother George were implicated in a swindling check transaction amounting to $2,000, by which the bank at Kirksville was done out of that sum of money. Their indictment, trial, and conviction followed in rapid succession, and the brothers were sentenced to 5 years in the penitentiary. Both got out on an order for a new trial, which has not yet been held. After this, all sorts of ugly rumors got abroad about the Taylor boys, as they were called. Things which before had been inexplicable were now easily accounted for by the theory that they had a hand in them. William McCullough, a leading citizen of Milan, had a carload of cattle stolen from his farm. Chance brought a shower and enabled him to trace the thieves to where the stock had been shipped, and then it was an easy matter to find the shipper. It was Gus Meeks, the man for the murder of whose family they are now on trial. Meeks's trial resulted in quick conviction, and he went to the penitentiary. After a short confinement, he disclosed to the state's attorney a most remarkable story. He claimed that he was not alone in the crime for which he was being punished, but was merely the agent of a regularly organized band of robbers who, from a headquarters at Browning, had planned to lay tribute on all that section of the state. This gang, he said, was led by William P. Taylor, ably seconded by his brother George. Agreeing to turn state's evidence, he was pardoned by the governor, and the case was in the course of preparation when the Meeks family was murdered. It is claimed that the Taylors had induced Meeks to leave the county and not appear against them. He evidently thought they were taking him to a railway station for the purpose of sending himself and family away without the knowledge of the public, but he never reached there. March 30th, 1895. On the stand, William P. Taylor testified that he was 33 years old, was educated at Columbia. His occupation was practicing law. He commenced to practice in 1885. Mr. E.B. Fields, one of the prominent lawyers now prosecuting him, read law under him. Witness was a representative in the lower house of the legislature from 1888 to 1889. He was cashier at People's Savings Bank and was at Browning on May 10, 1894. His brother George came to town about 4 o'clock that day, stayed until after supper, and left about dark. The witness remained at the house about 30 minutes after George left and went to the bank. He remained there until about 10 o'clock at night, then he went home and remained there all night. He rose about 5 o'clock the next morning, did the usual chores, and went down to the bank. Between 8 and 9 on the morning of the 10th, his brother George came to the bank and said some dead people were found on his place, and said that it was Gus Meeks and family. George wanted to get an officer to look after it, but the witness advised him not to do so. As Meeks had come home to testify against witnesses, they considered it best to leave town simply to be out of the way, as they had many enemies in that part of the country, and they thought they were in danger. They got on their horses, went to the timber where their father was at work, and there left the horses and went away. The witness admitted to writing a letter to Meeks to be ready on the night of the 10th. He also showed a letter from Gus Meeks to him, asking him to meet Meeks at Cora on the 8th of May, prior to the killing. He said that he met Meeks there then. Meeks wanted some money to leave the country, as he was indicted in Macon County and had committed a crime in Indiana and was found out. Meeks said he had promised to swear against the witness in order to get out of the penitentiary. The witness agreed to let him have $50, Meeks to assign him a policy of insurance. Witness claimed that Meeks told him he had made arrangements with a man to take him and his family out of the country. George E. Taylor was then called and testified remarkably like William, simply in corroborating him. He admitted being in the field harrowing. He examined the face of the man, which he recognized as Gus Meeks. He then went to Browning, reported the matter to William, and they both left the country. So far, the only important testimony to sustain their stories has been given by relatives. April 5th, 1895. The jury in the case of the Taylor brothers, charged with the murder of the Meeks family, filed into court Friday morning and announced they were unable to agree on a verdict and were discharged. 7 were for conviction and 5 were for acquittal. The jury had been out since Tuesday. The announcement caused a great deal of excitement, and extra precautions are being taken to guard the prisoners. August 3rd, 1895. When court opened this morning, the room was crowded to the doors with the neighbors and friends of Colonel J.H. Hale, who was booked to make the first address. The Taylor children had been left at home, but lined up before the jury were the two defendants, their wives and mothers, and old man Taylor. Colonel Hale began by calling attention to the address of Mr. Menace, which he characterized as brilliant, but calculated to inflame the worst passions of men. While he was speaking, little Nellie Meeks entered the courtroom with her foster mother, Mrs. Pierce. When she saw Grandma Meeks, she climbed into her lap, and then went over to Ben Pierce and sat on his knee, facing the jury. The colonel called attention to his declining years and said that he would not ask for an acquittal if he did not believe his clients deserved it. He endeavored to show that the Taylors, after the murder, showed no evidences whatever of having handled bloody bodies. He said that Nellie Meeks should have been put on the witness stand, for no one now known could tell as much as she about it. When Nellie was rescued from her living grave in the straw stack and went to the Carter house, the Carters understood her, and why should not the jury understand her? It is clear that she would tell something that would not help the case against the Taylors. He took the evidence relating to the blood on the wagon and picked it to pieces, showing that the blood was simply supposition and that might just as well have been red paint, and probably was. Colonel Hale, referring to the testimony relating to the harrowing about the straw stack, said that the corn was in good condition for the harrow, and tried to convince the jury that it was a perfectly natural thing for George Taylor to do as a farmer, and that the harrow had been driven to the stack and then to the house. The speaker drew certain supposition cases of circumstantial evidence which authorized conviction, none of them at all resembling the Taylor case, in order to make clear to the jury just what circumstantial evidence was. He pleaded for mercy for the Taylors on behalf of their wives, their children, and their homes, while Bill Taylor and his mother wept. He said, "Oh God, an awful thing it is to see the human soul take flight. What will be the fate of these young wives if you take the lives of their husbands? The finger of scorn will be pointed at their children." In referring to little Nellie Meeks, the speaker said, "She was the daughter of a convict, and her associations were of the worst. Then her father was taken away from her, and she was thrown into the hands of Ben Pierce, who will take good care of her, and she will grow up into a good woman. She will not suffer the finger of scorn because her father was murdered. Rather, she will have the sympathy of all mankind. She does not need vengeance, nor does she need your sympathy." Colonel Hale closed with an earnest plea for the lives of his client. It was 10 o'clock when T.M. Bresnahan, the leading attorney for the state, arose to close the case. He said that he had been taunted for receiving a fee for prosecuting the Taylors. He thought it was as honorable, to say the least, as accepting fees for defeating justice. "I told you, gentlemen, before this case opened, that if the evidence I should present did not convict the Taylors, I should not come before you at this time and ask for their just punishment. I am here and ask for their conviction at your hands. I will show you the motives that prompted this crime and the threats against the poor victim of it. I will show you beyond a reasonable doubt, by a chain of circumstantial evidence in which there is not a link missing, that the Taylor brothers murdered Gus Meeks and his family on Jenkins Hill on the night of May 10th or the morning of May 11th. It was a butchery. It were flattery to call it simple murder, and its details are very horrible. I will show you that these men, William and George Taylor, are the butchers of the Meeks family, and I demand their punishment." Mr. Bresnahan then made a terrible arraignment of the Taylors. As he talked, Bill sat white and nervous. George's face was fiery, and Mrs. Bill Taylor's lips trembled. and she had difficulty to keep from weeping. He showed the absolute certainty of the testimony as going to show the guilt of the Taylors. He told of the omnipotent hand of God raising little Nellie as a living witness. His argument affected the jury strongly. He said, "The defense cannot bribe those harrow tracks, those wagon tracks, or the blood on the wagon. They are witnesses that cannot be bribed or bulldozed or intimidated. The doubt of the guilt of these men is the dream of a dream. They are guilty. Do your duty, jurymen." Mr. Bresnahan's address grew stronger as he proceeded, and just before he closed, he rose to a height such as is seldom seen in a country courthouse. When he closed, the people burst into a roar as they realized that the case was all closed but the verdict. Sharp at noon, the jury was locked in the courtroom to deliberate. After the case had gone to the jury, Colonel Hale stated that he had looked for acquittal, but thought the jury would be out for 1 or 2 days. Judge Brinkley for the defense said he did not expect acquittal, but rather another disagreement. Bresnahan, prosecuting attorney of Lynn County, said, "If that jury is an honest one, as I truly believe they are, they will convict William and George Taylor of the murder of the Meeks family, and that speedily." As the Taylors passed down the courthouse steps after the trial, a reporter walked with them and asked Bill, "Well, what do you think of it now?" The reply was, "I have no reason to change my mind. If we get justice, we will be acquitted." George, who was walking behind, was sullen and refused to say anything. Carrollton, Missouri, April 11th, 1896. At 8:30 o'clock this evening, the notorious Taylor brothers, the condemned murderers of the Meeks family, broke from the county jail. George Taylor made his escape, but Bill was retaken and is again behind the bars in the jail in which the two brothers were to have been hanged together on April 30th. The escape was made by their breaking off a bar from the west side of the cell and making their exit through the garret to the roof. They let themselves down to the ground by means of a piece of hose which had been used in cleaning the cells. Just as Bill Taylor had reached the ground, Deputy Sheriff Cummings's little girl heard the noise and gave the alarm, and before he could make his escape complete, Deputy Sheriff Shelton covered him with a gun and put him back in a cell. R.L. Cunningham, charged with complicity in the murder of O.L. Ecton a few days since, also attempted to escape, but failed. Excitement is high, and a large posse have gone in all directions in pursuit of George Taylor, but few think he will be overtaken. Sheriff Stanley has been trying to get his bloodhounds started, but they won't work from some cause. They were just received here this week, and no one seems to know how to handle them. The usual salutation from one to another is, "I told you so." Nobody seems to think the jail has been properly guarded since the Supreme Court affirmed the verdict in the Taylor case. News from Browning and vicinity, where the crime was committed, shows great excitement, and a special train will bring most of the residents of that vicinity to join the chase. Carrollton, Missouri, April 13th, 1896. Not the slightest clue has yet been found to the whereabouts of George Taylor, who escaped from the jail here Saturday night, and it is the general belief that he is now many miles from here. 50 men spent Saturday night on the search, and yesterday scores more were out, but today there was no organized effort to hunt for him. The bloodhounds were practically useless. They followed the scent only a quarter of a mile at one point, and to a large pond at another place near the Wabash and Santa Fe railroad tracks. And it is thought by many that Taylor rode a horse to the pond and then caught a train. It is reported that a man resembling the fugitive was seen to jump off the blind baggage of a Santa Fe train at Marceline. The bloodhounds were sent there, but did nothing. Yesterday, searching parties visited the houses of all the relatives of the Taylors about here, but found nothing of moment. 15 heavily armed men arrived from Browning yesterday and joined the searching parties. They declared that there was no mob being formed in the vicinity of the crimes. The people here were not at all surprised at the escape, because it had long been generally known that the jail was in a wretched condition. Last night, extra guards were on duty about the jail, and this morning it was decided by Sheriff Stanley to take Bill Taylor to Kansas City for safety. The feeling against the sheriff is intense. It is now conceded that George Taylor was on the roof of the jail at the time Bill Taylor and Cunningham were captured, and that he escaped on the east side of the jail by climbing down the smokestack of the furnace. The Attorney General telegraphed here yesterday for an affidavit from Sheriff Stanley about the escape of the Taylors. This was forwarded last night. The motion for a rehearing will come up tomorrow before the Supreme Court, and this escape will prevent it being heard and makes sure the hanging of Bill Taylor on April 30th. Kansas City, Missouri. Bill Taylor was brought here today for safekeeping. The people of Carrollton were in an angry mood, and there was danger that he would be lynched. They talked bitterly to a reporter against Sheriff Stanley, through whose carelessness, they claimed, George Taylor escaped. This morning, more angry Browning people came to Carrollton. Deputy Sheriff Wilson went to the jail and demanded that Bill Taylor be turned over to his men and be taken to the Linnaeus jail. Sheriff Stanley refused. Wilson's face was red with anger. He shook his fist in Stanley's face. "You let Bill Taylor escape, and the people up my way will come down and lynch you. We came close to doing it as it was," said Deputy Sheriff Wilson. Wilson told Stanley that George Taylor had bought his way out. Sheriff Stanley was advised by the best people of Carrollton to take Bill Taylor to Kansas City for safekeeping. These men said that they did not want the town disgraced by a lynching. The sheriff consented and stole away from the jail with Bill Taylor in a hack in time to catch the 10:44 train on the Santa Fe. On the train coming here, Taylor laughed over the escape of his brother and said he had helped him to get away. They had planned to get out 2 weeks ago, he said. In jail here, Taylor submitted to an interview. Chief Irwin introduced a number of newspaper reporters to Taylor, and he shook hands with each one. Said someone, "That was a smooth thing you did in letting your brother get away." Bill said, "Yes, I did all I could for George." Question: How did he get away? Did he slide down the hose? Answer: No, he must have jumped. Question: How did you manage to loosen the bars and get to the ground? We've never answered that, said the prisoner, looking straight in Chief Irwin's eyes. Sheriff Stanley said he did his best to guard the men. He says he will hang Bill Taylor on April 30th. April 30th, 1896. The prisoner passed as calm a night as could have been expected under the circumstances, never once appearing to lose in any degree his show of fortitude. About 9 o'clock, one of his attorneys, Ralph Lozier, visited him and told him of his efforts with Governor Stone to obtain a respite. As he prepared to say goodbye, Lozier said, "Well, Bill, we made a good fight." He replied, "Yes, we couldn't beat perjury. It's pretty tough to die for all those." After Lozier's departure, W.P. Beckett of Purdon, Missouri, the undertaker to whom charge of the body has been given, came down and made final arrangements in this matter. The remains will be taken to Laclede and buried there. Laclede is the old home of the Taylors. A short time after this, a number of Sisters of Charity went to the jail and conversed with the prisoner on religious topics, after which he was not disturbed save by the newspapermen. A dozen reporters sat around his iron-screened cell watching his every movement. 2 guards were on the inside, changing hourly, and no one was allowed to even touch the screen on penalty of ejection, so great was the fear that something might be passed to him which he might use to take his life. Taylor sat at a table outside his cell door and facing the reporters. He had a copy of Moody's sermons and a prayer book of the Catholic faith on the table in front of him, but he did not read either of them. He busied himself in writing until about 11 o'clock, when he retired to his cell and lay down. Every now and then he would get up and pace the floor and then retire again. About 1:30 he retired for the night and went to sleep. Apparently his rest was dreamless, for not a sound disturbed the quiet of the place. Shortly after 5 o'clock he awoke and came out of his cell once more. He said he had slept well. He was evidently worn out, but still game. Someone asked him if he had anything to say this morning. "No," was the answer. "If the people can stand it, I can." Breakfast was brought the doomed man about 6 o'clock. It was not a credit to Sheriff Stanley or Carroll County. When men are about to die, it is a custom to let them have what they want to eat. They are even humored with all the delicacies of the season, but no questions were asked Bill Taylor. His morning meal was brought him by Deputy Sheriff Shelton in a tin pan. It consisted of 2 fried eggs and 3 biscuits and a tin cup full of coffee. There was no knife or fork, not even a spoon. Taylor found a spoon finally on his table, and wiping it on a newspaper, began to eat in a stoical, indifferent way. A gentle murmur of indignation went the rounds of the reporters. One of them asked sympathetically, "Is that all you wish, Mr. Taylor?" He answered resignedly, "Yes, this'll do." But his eyes filled with tears, and he struggled to suppress his emotions. This touch of sympathy from the men who had been sent here to describe his last hours and his ignominious death moved him more than hate or bitterness. Just 2 hours before he was to be led to the gallows, the doomed man made a statement to the public. Colonel Hale and Mr. Conkling had been talking with him, and as they went to leave, he handed Colonel Hale a letter addressed to the public. It contained this statement, his formal farewell to the men who believed him guilty and the friends who still stand by him. Quote, "To the public, I have only this additional statement to make. I ought not to suffer as I am compelled to do. Prejudice and perjury have convicted me. By this conviction, my wife is left a lone widow, and my babies are made orphans in a cold world, my brothers to mourn, and my friends to weep. You hasten my gray-haired mother and father to their graves. The mobs and that element hound me to the grave. I've hoped to live at least until the good people realize the injustice done me, but it cannot be so. I feel prepared to meet my God, and I now wing my way to the great unknown, where I believe everyone is properly judged. I hope my friends will all meet me in heaven. I believe I am going there. Goodbye to all. Signed, W.P. Taylor." The note also contained this printed certificate, given him by the priest and signed with his name. I, the undersigned, the truth concerning the condition of my soul should be told at my funeral, do hereby testify that I have been born again by believing in the Lord Jesus Christ. If I die tonight, I will go to heaven. Both messages were under date of April 29th. Before giving out this letter, Taylor wrote one on a scrap of newspaper and, signing it, handed it through the bars to the reporters. It read as follows: To the public, the clamor for my blood is soon to be satisfied by murdering me coolly and deliberately under the guise of law. It may be you are not murderers. It is between you and your God. Taylor chose R.M. Nicely, Virgil Conklin's law partner, to attend to the disposition of his body. Nicely had a talk with him in his cell in which he calmly discussed the details and asked him to accompany the remains to the Yount Cemetery near Laclede, Missouri, where it will be interred. Don't leave me, he said, until the last clod of earth has been placed upon my grave. During all this sorrowing talk, he never faltered and was apparently not as much affected as the lawyer. At 9:12, Attorney Conkling sent the following appeal to Governor Stone. Can you not give Taylor the pittance of 10 days' life? Is Missouri too weak to safely guard him that long? Unquote. After 24 years of faith in the Christian church, Bill Taylor lay down to rest his last night on earth an avowed Roman Catholic. In the battle for the murderer's soul, the Church of Rome had won. The condemned man, confronted as he was by the face of death, forgot the prayers he had learned at his mother's knee, forgot the faith of his fathers, and with his fervent lips pressing upon a crucifix, confided his soul to the Mother of Churches. With all that fine scorn so characteristic of his shrewd yet shallow nature, he had spurned the priests and pastors of all churches until the final moments came hurrying him with cruel force to the scaffold. Then he listened more kindly to the importunities of the ministers to look into his soul's salvation. The Protestants came, Reverends Allen Lake and Bolin, and though he talked with them, he put them off. Father Kennedy called, and while the murderer's spirit was kindly, he would give no assurance to him that he intended making an open confession of faith. He finally did this, however, and to Dr. W.A. Toll of Carrollton is due a large share of the credit for his conversion. Dr. Toll is himself a convert from the Christian Church to the Catholics and a most ardent proselytizer. He has taken a great interest in Taylor and has often talked to him of the beauties of the Roman Church. Yesterday afternoon, after the three Protestants had failed to arouse the emotional spark of religion in the doomed man's breast, Dr. Toll, accompanied by Father Kennedy, called on him. They had a long talk, and Taylor shed a few tears and told them to leave him alone. He wanted to think, he said, and if he decided to embrace Catholicism, he would send for them. The two men went out and waited. In half an hour, the word came to them that the prisoner would see them. Then they knew they had won. Taking with them the bread and wine of the communion, the holy water and the crucifix, they repaired to Taylor's cell, where he received them with open arms, partook of the sacrament, was baptized into the faith, kissed the holy crucifix, and repeated the confession of faith. He seemed greatly relieved when the solemn ceremony was over and talked much more cheerfully. As he had never been baptized, it was not necessary for him to make any confession of sins committed prior to his reception into the church. Taylor's change of faith created almost as much talk on the streets during the evening as any feature of the sensation. Carrollton was beside itself last night. For the first time in the history of Carroll County, a man was to be legally hanged. Although the victim was a borrowed one, the citizens took almost as much interest in his departure by the rope route as though he were their own. They gathered in knots all over town, talking about the great event and around the jail there was a ceaseless pushing and jamming, which at night became so bad that the sheriff ordered everyone from the jail yard. Up to that time, a steady stream of visitors had poured in and out to see the scaffold. Elegantly dressed women came and gazed with morbid awe at the frightful machine of death, and behind them trooped bevies of schoolgirls, half frightened, half amused. All of Carroll County was restless last night, and long before Old Sol had thought of getting up for his day's work, from every corner, down every country road, there came crowds of men to witness the execution. They came in buggies and farm wagons, driving mules and jacks, afoot and on horseback, in twos and threes and scores, eager and anxious over the sensation of the day. A man was to die, and even though they could not see him as he swung from the scaffold with the rope around his neck, the fascination was irresistible. Before 6 o'clock, at least 500 men had gathered around the jail, where 50 deputies stood on guard with loaded Winchesters. Every man of them was clamoring for a ticket, and but for the force of arms, the frail stockade would surely have been leveled to the ground. By sunup, a wire rope had been stretched across the streets at the intersection of which stands the jail. It was commanded by the Hale Rifles under command of Captain Black. The men were in full uniform, and with their bayonets glistening in the morning sunlight, added a touch of grim splendor to the scene. The militia assembled at the armory at 6:30. The company consists of 40 young men, the best blood of the town. They were told that in the event of trouble they would be expected to do their duty and fight. Without imputation to their courage, it may be said that this duty was highly distasteful to the soldiers. Many of them had tickets admitting them to the stockade, and their duty as guards prevented them from witnessing the spectacle. 2 of them were discussing this phase of the question this morning. Said one of them, "Suppose the crowd should tear down the stockade. What in the deuce would we do?" The other replied, "Why, you darn fool, if they did that, we could see the hanging." Virgil M. Conkling, the attorney for Taylor, who went to Washington to obtain a writ of error from the United States Supreme Court, returned to Carrollton this morning. He tried 8 out of the 9 judges without success. The 9th man was out of the city, and not until every hope was exhausted did Mr. Conkling return. Shortly after 7:30, Father Kennedy, accompanied by Dr. Tull and a number of Catholic ladies, repaired to Taylor's cell to celebrate Mass. He joined in the services. The last sacrament was administered to the man, and after a half hour the party retired. In the meantime, preparations for the hanging continued. Deputy sheriffs flitted in and out of the jail, dodging their friends who were continuously importuning them for passes. Sheriff Stanley of Carroll County was very busy and seemed so excited that he scarcely knew what he was standing on. He had discarded the sporty gray suit with which he was adorned yesterday and appeared in a full suit of black and a new derby hat. The sheriff is deeply incensed at the insinuations in some of the metropolitan papers that he has moss on his back. This accounts for the new suit and stiff hat. The only regret over the affair of today that Carrollton seems to feel is the absence of George Taylor, the brother of Bill, condemned to die with him for the same terrible crime. A last effort was made last night to capture him, but it was unavailing. A report, thought to be well-founded, reached town yesterday that George had been seen hiding in the brush 12 miles to the north of Carrollton. Little was said, but a posse composed of a number of Lynn deputies and a number of local men started out to run him down. Bloodhounds were taken along, and the search continued late into the night, but no trace of him was found, and the posse returned without him, and so Bill Taylor died alone. The trains from Lynn and Scotland counties, where the Meeks and the Taylors lived and were so well known, both last night and this morning brought in crowds to the hanging, which made the very car's sides bulge. Among those who came were Mrs. Martha Jane Meeks, mother of the murdered man, George W. Meeks, brother of the murdered man, Joe Page, a brother of Mrs. Gus Meeks, and R.A. and J.A. Page, cousins of Mrs. Gus Meeks. They all came bent on seeing Will Taylor swing, and when Sheriff Stanley told them that he had no tickets for them, their hearts were almost broken. They had counted upon seeing that murderer swing as the one solace in all their recent sorrow. They longed for his blood, and the thought of disappointment made them frantic. Mrs. Meeks and her blind son George are stopping with a Mrs. Calvert. She is a sweet-looking old lady, and when a correspondent called to see her, she received him very kindly. There is something in her manner which tells you that if she could only see Bill Taylor swinging by his neck until his life was wrung from his wretched body, that then she would die content. Her hair is silvered with the frost of 66 winters. Her face is wrinkled and her form bowed, but her eye is bright, and when she speaks of the butcher of her son, it dances and sparkles with an evil rage. Quote, "I came all the way up here to see him hang, but I guess they won't let me in. I'd like to see him hang. Sometimes I've said I'd like to put the rope around his neck with my own hands. I reckon it's wicked, but I can't help it." Unquote. As she said those words, her blind son, who had been sitting close by her side, listening, spoke up sharply and exclaimed, "I'd give you $50 for the privilege of pulling the trigger, and you can publish that, too. I'm blind and can't see him swing, but I could do that." Mrs. Meeks and her son think there were others besides the Taylors in the gang that committed the crime. All talk of rescue of the prisoner had about died out until last night about 8 o'clock, when a mysterious light was seen moving back and forth, flying up and down in the air over the housetops in the northern part of town. Those who saw it immediately began to wonder if it could be a signal for Taylor's friends to come out of the brush and gather for his rescue. No one found out what it was, but as nothing came of it, it is supposed to have been a kite with a light attached, flown by some small boy. It created no little talk for a while, and easily worked upon the imagination of an already overexcited community. Before Bill Taylor died, he told reporters of the story of his attempted escape. Suspicion has been thrown on the authorities owing to the amount of work to do in the limited space of time which he was supposed to have had, and this confession clears it away. The escape was planned for a Saturday night. On the night before, Bill Taylor was put by mistake into the middle cell in the cage instead of the first one which he had been occupying. This cell has been occupied by a man named Harris, who had attempted to escape by sawing the bars. He was caught before he had completed his work, but the bars had not been replaced. Taylor worked all night that night, and at 4 a.m. got through and climbed on top of the cage. From there, with his knife, he cut the hole in the roof, leaving the boards in place, but so fixed that a blow could knock them out. Then he crawled back, and when the cells were unlocked, slipped out into the cage without anyone noticing he had been in the wrong cell. When night came, he got his brother George and made the attempt, which resulted in the latter's escape and Bill's capture. Bill Taylor is dead, and the butchery of the Meeks family is partially avenged. They swung him off today just 4 minutes to the hour of 11, and in 10 minutes more the life that sacrificed 4 human beings in its lust for gain was extinct, and he died like a martyr. No man ever looked less the murderer than did he, as he stood there on the scaffold, pale as death itself, swaying backward and forward with the rush of his emotions, and yet calm and cold and brave. Even his enemies, bitter as they are against him, marveled at the courage of a man who so foully murdered a woman and her little children. From the sheriff's standpoint, the execution went off without a hitch. There were no delays. It was perfect and so dramatic in its circumstantial features that men who have seen a dozen others die on the scaffold quivered and shook at the tragedy. When the final hour came, Bill Taylor was the same man he had been for months. He had listened to the murmur and the roar of the great concourse of people that stretched for blocks around the jail yard. He had talked of his burial, of his mother, of his children, of the terrible injustice that was done him, and the stoicism never left him. He was iron. At last the time came when he must die, and the church, which he had so recently embraced, stood ready to see him to his end. All the power of faith which the Church of Rome affords was his, and its servants lifted him from his despair with the power of their presence. They came, a score of them, with their priest, Father Kennedy, at their head. Most of them were women, gentle and refined, sad-eyed and frightened at the terrible ordeal in which they were to participate, but doing it in their faith. The father, garbed in the robes of the priesthood, a splendid-looking man, led his flock into the jail at 10:30. By his side came Dr. Tull. The priest held in his hand the crucifix of Christ, and behind him came the women with their prayer books. They went into the jail alone, save for the guards and the other prisoners, 2 of them murderers, who were silent in awe and fear. The condemned man sat within the cage just without the doors of his cell. His hands were closed and resting on the table. Then the service began. It was intensely solemn, the priest reading from a prayer book with his flock around him on their knees offering the responses. They sang a hymn, and the voices of the women rang low and sweet in supplication through the dingy prison corridors. Finally, it was all over, and Sheriff Stanley entered the jail with his assistants. The fatal warrant was in his hand. Entering the cell, he read the words of the law to the prisoner, who sat silent and motionless in his chair. Then they lifted him to his feet and bound his hands. The death march began. The priest was in the lead. His head was bowed and bareheaded. He marched solemnly out into the corridors. Then followed the prisoner, Sheriff Stanley of Carroll on one side and Sheriff Allen of Lynn on the other. Behind them came the worshipers, the weeping women, and the solemn men. As the procession wound down the steps of the jail into the stockade and over the rough ground through the mass of men who crowded this sloping hillside, the priest was chanting a prayer. From the women, in tearful voices, came the responses. "Jesus merciful," chanted the priest. "Jesus have mercy upon his soul," prayed the women. "Jesus admirable," said the priest. "Jesus have mercy upon his soul," pleaded the women, and so they went on down to the hillside to the foot of the scaffold, where they stopped. Under them, in its nakedness, lay the coffin which so soon was to contain the corpse. Up the narrow, rickety steps went the priest. Up the steps went the man, unaided. At their foot, the women kneeled in prayer. Taylor took his stand over the trap. One glance he gave around the curious crowd below him and never turned an eyelash. He saw the camera pointed at him from an elevation built to catch him as he fell to death, but no expression told of the horror he must have felt and the heartlessness of such an action. It was all over in a minute. Deputy Sheriff Shelton strapped the weakening legs together. Sheriff Allen adjusted the ropes. Deputy Sheriff Cummings put the black cap over the prisoner's head, shutting out the sunlight forever. All was ready. The priest was still praying. The women at the foot of the scaffold were still weeping, trembling, all on the verge of hysterics. Sheriff Allen stood with a white handkerchief in his hand, ready to signal Sheriff Stanley, who stood by the trigger. "Jesus merciful," cried out the priest in a burst of prayer. "Amen," crooned the women. The trigger was sprung, and Bill Taylor fell like a log through the trap. A murmur went up from the crowd within the stockade. Bill Taylor had been hanged, and from mouth to mouth it spread from one end of town to the other. In all that horrified crowd that saw the dreadful plunge, there was one person, a woman too, who only smiled and through her thin, withered, aged lips said, "Thank God." This woman was Mrs. Meeks. She had gained her point. The sheriff had demurred at her request, but she had demanded it so strenuously that she finally won him over. She stood with her blind son by her side and saw with glad eyes the murderer of her son led unto his death. She was asked, "Are you satisfied now?" With a smile she said, "Yes, I would be if the other one was only here," and her son echoed her wish in words almost the same. It was 10 minutes before the hanged man was cut down. Dr. Highsmith then pronounced him dead. Later it developed that his neck was broken. It was Taylor's request that no one should see his body after his death, so he was placed almost immediately in the coffin, and the gazing crowd cleared out. None of Taylor's relatives were present. His mother came down from her home as far as Beauregard last night, and it was thought that she would come on today, but she did not put in an appearance. Some question was raised by the crowd over Stanley's legal right to call out the militia, but had it not been there, it is doubtful if the mob could have been restrained. Epilogue. George Taylor was never recaptured. The charming and pretty Nellie Meeks was raised by her grandmother Page. She married a man named Albert Spray at a young age and gave birth to a daughter, Hattie, in February 1906, but she died soon thereafter of complications from childbirth. Although there is some confusion about when she was born, she was probably 18 or 19 years old when she died, and it is said that she carried the deep scar on her forehead throughout her life. That was A Murder Half Avenged, the diabolical Meeks family massacre, culled from the historic pages of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch and other newspapers of the era. True Crime Historian is a creation of Popular Media. We invite you to check out Popular's newest production, Portals to Possibility, an improvised comedy about an alternate reality where monsters are real and hilarious. Visit popular.com/portals for a brand new episode. If you want to get a jump on the next episode of True Crime Historian, just download the new podcast app Himalaya and get all new episodes a day early, then drop $1 in the tip jar for True Crime Historian. Or you can support your favorite podcaster and listen to every episode without commercial interruption at www.patreon.com/truecrimehistorian. Just $1 a month reserves your bunk at the safe house and gives you access to exclusive content and whatever personal services you require. Opening theme by Dave Sams. Incidental music by Nico Vitesi, Chuck Wiggins, and Dave Sams. Some music and sound effects licensed from podcastmusic.com. Closing theme by Dave Sams and Rachel Schott, engineered by David Hish at 3rd Street Music. Media management by Sean Miller Jones. And me, still hanging out. I'm True Crime Historian Richard O. Jones, signing off for now.
You're listening to WHBJ Digital Talk from the 412.
In prison, dinner was always a big thing. We had a pasta course, and then we had a meat or a fish. Paulie did the prep work. He was doing a year for contempt, and he had this wonderful system for doing the garlic. He used a razor, and he used to slice it so thin that it used to liquefy in the pan with just a little oil. It was a very good system. Vinny was in charge of the tomato sauce.
Ah, got the smell. Got three kinds of meat in the meatball. Veal, beef, and pork. Ah, good, but you gotta have the pork. Oh, that's the flavor.
I felt he used too many onions, but it was still a very good sauce.
Vinny, don't put any onions in the sauce. I didn't put too much onions, Paul. 3 small onions, that's all I did.
3 onions? How many cans of tomatoes you put in there?
I put 2 cans, 2 big cans.
You don't need 3 onions.
Johnny Dio did the meat. We didn't have a broiler, so Johnny did everything in pans. I used to smell up the joint something awful, and the hacks used to die, but he still cooked a great steak.
Vinny, how do you like yours?
Rare, medium rare.
Medium rare. An aristocrat.
See, you know, when you think of prison, you get pictures in your mind of all those old movies with rows and rows of guys behind bars. But it wasn't like that for Wise Guys. It really wasn't that bad, except that I missed Jimmy. He was doing his time in Atlanta.
Vinny, give me 2 steaks while you're in there, all right, John? Sure enough, she goes in a...
I mean, everybody else in the joint was doing real time, all mixed together, living like pigs. But we lived alone.
Bad them 2 son of a bitches. You couldn't recognize them.
Good, they deserved it.
Even the hacks we couldn't bribe would never rat on the guys that we did.
The neighborhood had respect. People loved one another. You left your doors open.
Sorry it took so long. The sneak guard's getting to be a real pain in the ass.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do something about that.
I took care of him.
All right, what'd you bring?
All right, bread.
Good. Fresh.
Vinny, I got your peppers and onions, salami, prosciutto, a lot of cheese.
Come on. What else?
Scotch.
Nice.
Some red wine.
Okay. Now we can eat.
I got some white, too.
Give me the white, too. Beautiful. Okay, boys, let's eat. Come on, it's ready, Vinny.
Coming up for some more bread.
Tomorrow we eat sandwiches. You gotta go on a diet, Vinny.
Sandwiches, are you kidding?
Believe me.
Tomorrow we eat sandwiches, man. We gotta go on a diet.
The President of the United States, in the name of Congress, takes pleasure in awarding the Congressional Medal of Honor to Gunnery Sergeant John L. Canley, United States Marine Corps, for conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity at the risk of his life, above and beyond the call of duty, in action against the enemy, while serving as Company Gunnery Sergeant, Alpha Company, 1st Battalion, 1st Marines, 1st Marine Division, from 31 January to 6 February 1968 in the Republic of Vietnam. Alpha Company fought off multiple vicious attacks as it rapidly moved along the highway toward Hue City to relieve friendly forces that were surrounded by the enemy. Despite being wounded in these engagements, Gunnery Sergeant Canley repeatedly rushed across fire-swept terrain to carry his wounded Marines to safety. After its commanding officer was severely wounded, Gunnery Sergeant Canley took command and led the company into Hue City. At Way City, caught in deadly crossfire from enemy machine gun positions, he set up a base of fire and maneuvered with a platoon in a flanking attack that eliminated several enemy positions. Retaining command of the company for 3 days, he led attacks against multiple enemy fortified positions while routinely braving enemy fire to carry wounded Marines to safety. On 4 February, he led a group of Marines into an enemy-occupied building in Way City. He moved into the open to draw fire, located the enemy, eliminated the threat, and expanded the company's hold on the building room by room. Gunnery Sergeant Canley then gained position above the enemy strongpoint and dropped in a large satchel charge that forced the enemy to withdraw. On 6 February, during a fierce firefight at a hospital compound, Gunnery Sergeant Canley twice scaled a wall in full view of the enemy to carry wounded Marines to safety. By his undaunted courage, selfless sacrifice, and unwavering devotion to duty, Gunnery Sergeant Canley reflected great credit upon himself and upheld the highest traditions of the Marine Corps and the United States Naval Service.
rspn.bandcamp.com. Thanks for coming out, everyone. WHBJ on a Sunday evening. Sunday night radio. Oh, yeah. We'll catch you tomorrow night. Cold War Radio. The Steel City Resistance. God bless everyone.
Thank you. Let us pray. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.